Chapter 49-45. After they entered, the people of the spirit realm came to receive Lin Xian and the others. Of course, the people of the dragon race were the most important. Lin Xian and the others were also received along the way. After the banquet, everyone went to rest. After they entered the spirit realm, they could stay in the spirit realm for a month. Therefore, they could choose a good spirit herb. After that, Lin Xian and Xue Qi started to tour the spirit realm. The spirit realm was very big, and they couldn't see the end of it. However, they weren't qualified to enter some of the core areas. They could only walk in some mountain ranges and forests of the spirit realm. However, they still saw many precious spirit herbs. Of course, they couldn't pick them casually. They had to report to the spirit realm first and get permission to do so. Otherwise, they would be killed on the spot if they tried to steal spirit herbs. Some people didn't believe them, and they tried to steal them. Soon, people found out about it. Some of these spirit herbs had cultivated into demonic beasts, and they were in charge of guarding them. Therefore, the people of the spirit realm were being monitored. "My husband, what are you looking for?" After they walked for several days, Xue Qi was also surprised. During this time, she also saw some good pills. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at them. After they returned, she couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian asked her if she knew about the legend of the spirit realm. Xue Qi nodded. She knew about it. The spirit realm was very famous, and the immortal divine medicine had once appeared here. After she said this, she sucked in a breath of cold air. "Did you come here for the immortal divine medicine?" After all, Lin Xian's goal was to become a great emperor. Therefore, it was normal for him to want to find the immortal divine medicine. Lin Xian shook his head. "The immortal divine medicine was too far away for me." However, it wasn't a divine medicine. The most famous thing in the spirit realm was the divine tree of life. That's right, the divine tree of life. It was the foundation of the spirit realm, and it had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was said that it could bring the dead back to life. It had mysterious effects. "My husband, you didn't come here for the divine tree of life, did you?" Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. "That's right. If I can't find any other divine medicine that can prolong my life, then I can only ask for the divine tree of life." However, it was too difficult. Xue Qi sighed. The divine tree of life wasn't something that anyone could use in the spirit realm. This was an extremely precious item. The divine fruit of life produced by the divine tree of life was extremely rare. Furthermore, it would only appear once every few thousand years. It could be said that even spirit realm didn't have enough to share. It was impossible for anyone else to do so. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Let's wait and see." There were still more than 20 days left. Was there any other way to investigate? If not, then he had to obtain a divine fruit of life at all costs. He had to save Xiajiao. According to Lin Xian's deduction, even if he couldn't obtain the divine fruit of life, he could at least obtain some tree leaves or tree trunks. After all, he had the sword world, so he could use all the power of the 4 Spirit Valley to provide it to the tree of life. Of course, this was only possible if Spirit Realm was willing to do so. If they weren't, then he would have to use his own methods. Spirit Realm had existed for a long time, and it was much more terrifying than ordinary remote antiquity families. Although it wasn't as powerful as the remote antiquity imperial clans, it was still very terrifying. Lin Xian was strong now, and he didn't care about ordinary great saints. However, he couldn't face an entire remote antiquity family. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to use his methods unless it was absolutely necessary. After a few more days, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of a possibility. The dragon prince was seriously injured and poisoned. He was in a very dangerous situation. These people of the dragon race were here to ask for medicine. What kind of medicine were they asking for? Lin Xian guessed that the dragon prince was fighting with Kun Pengzi for the throne. Now that he was suppressed and seriously injured, he couldn't afford to waste time. Therefore, it was possible that they were here to ask for the divine fruit of life. Therefore, he paid special attention to these people of the dragon race. On this day, another banquet was held in spirit realm. Some people had already asked for the divine fruit of life. Therefore, all they needed to do was to have a good time here. However, Lin Xian and the people of the dragon race hadn't asked for the divine fruit of life yet. Lin Xian then saw Yao Qinggu and the other girl. Both of them had a solemn expression on their faces. He wondered what had happened. It was the expert of the spirit race who led the way. At the banquet, he said with a smile, "Lin Gongzi, can you tell me in detail where you got the divine fruit of life?" Lin Xian said with a smile, "Actually, it happened a long time ago. I don't remember it clearly. However, I heard that there is a divine tree of life in spirit realm. Can you tell us about this legend?" Hearing this, many people nodded. Their eyes lit up. The people of the dragon race frowned. Even Yao Qinggu and Yao Qingling's eyes lit up. The divine tree of life is the god of spirit realm. The elder of the spirit race said with a smile. Everyone was surprised when they heard the legend. The people of the dragon race said with a smile, "Can we take a look at the divine tree of life?" The others became nervous. Was it possible? The elder of the spirit race said, "Sorry, the divine tree of life is in the core of spirit realm. It is not open to the public. Even in spirit realm, only a few people have the chance to see it. So it's like that." Many people sighed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. That meant that the defense of the divine tree of life must be very strong. He looked at the dragon race. These people of the dragon race still didn't want to speak. After a while, an elder of the dragon race stood up and said with a smile, "The divine tree of life that you mentioned is so magical. I heard that the divine tree of life blossoms once every 5,000 years. It bears fruit once every 5,000 years. I wonder if spirit realm still has the divine fruit of life? The dragon race is willing to exchange it with a treasure." Many people sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Yao Qinggu and Lin Xian were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He finally got what he wanted. The people of spirit realm changed their expressions. An elder said with a smile, "You must be joking. We don't have the divine fruit of life. We can't exchange it. If you want it, come back in 5,000 years. You don't have it? That's impossible. I heard that the last time it bore fruit was 1,500 years ago. Did you use up the divine fruit of life so quickly?" Clearly, the people of the dragon clan had done a lot of research and came prepared. The elders of spirit realm changed their expressions again. One of them said, "There really aren't any left." They immediately changed the topic. The people of the dragon race sneered and didn't say anything. They had already proposed that they would secretly communicate with the people of spirit realm. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would have to use their own methods. Then Lin Xian was invited alone. The people of spirit realm still wanted to know about that place. Lin Xian had no choice but to make up a random name. Lin Xian had been in true spirit world before, so he said that it was an ancient ruin in true spirit world. When the people of spirit realm heard this, they frowned. True spirit world was also an extraordinary world. However, they probably couldn't go there in a short time. They wouldn't give up. If there was an opportunity, they would send some people to investigate. On the other side, the people of the dragon race secretly talked with the people of spirit realm. Chapter 49-46. The dragon race and the people of spirit realm talked for 2 days before returning gloomily. Their expressions were extremely ugly because they were still rejected. No matter what requests and conditions they made, the other side only said that the divine fruit of life was gone. Damn it, do they really think we're easy to bully? After the people of the dragon race returned, they set up a formation and isolated everything. Among them, Elder Zhang roared crazily. The others also had cold expressions. The dragon race had dominated the world. When had they ever been rejected? Not to mention this time, Their conditions were too generous. The other side had no reason to refuse. Some people said that it was normal. The divine tree of life was the foundation of spirit realm. It couldn't be spread, so it was expected that they wouldn't give it. What should they do? Were they going to return empty-handed like this? One had to know that the dragon prince was injured. These people of the dragon race all worshipped the dragon prince. They were willing to pay any price for the dragon prince's injury. An elder said, "We're willing to give anything except the imperial scripture." Does he want our imperial scripture? A young expert snorted coldly, "I think spirit realm is tired of living. Why don't we just take action and take his divine tree of life?" Yes, we only wanted the divine fruit of life. But since they don't know what's good for them, they can't blame us for taking his divine tree of life. At this time, the leading elder spoke. "Don't act rashly. Spirit realm has developed for tens of thousands of years and has too many experts. Moreover, they are top alchemists, so there are many families and forces related to them. If we act here and fail, we'll probably attract their attention. In the end, they'll seal the mountain gate. It'll be troublesome. So let's calm them down first. I'll secretly summon experts. When the time comes, spirit realm will be doomed." When the other side brought them here, they had already used the ancient mirror to investigate. Before they came, they had also spread the aura of the dragon race. So, they should be able to summon other experts of the dragon race here. The people of the dragon race started to move. Some of them continued to negotiate with spirit realm to calm them down. They wanted spirit realm to think that they were still unwilling to give up. Meanwhile, some of them had already started to secretly summon the 1,000 Dragon Court. After the 1,000 Dragon Court received the news, they also held an emergency meeting. In the hall, countless experts and saints stood, their expressions solemn. Among them, the dragon race's ancestor with a walking stick came out. Countless people bowed. What about the old ancestor? The people of spirit realm refused to give us the divine fruit of life. The eyes of the old ancestor of the dragon clan shone with a cold light. They had already discussed the terms and conditions, but they still didn't agree. Then, don't blame us for being impolite. For the dragon prince, we are willing to pay any price. The other members of the dragon tribe also placed their palms on their hearts. They were willing to give up everything for the dragon prince. Dragon creation, dragon dusk, dragon court. The voice of the old ancestor sounded, and 3 elders of the dragon clan walked out. Their auras were incomparably terrifying. They were all peak great sages. This time, the 3 of you will lead the group and bring the imperial weapon, the 10,000 dragons picture with you. He had to bring the sacred tree of life back. Yes. Among them, the draconic lord asked, "Old ancestor, how will spirit region deal with this?" The dragon ancestor's eyes flickered. "Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Either submit or be destroyed." Dragon reflection master and the other 2 nodded. It seemed that the 1,000 dragons court had been silent for a long time, so no one knew of their power. This time, they would make an example out of Spirit Region and let the other world see what a true imperial clan was. The 3 peak great sages took the lead and brought the 10,000 dragons picture. Then, they summoned other great sages. This time, they did not bring many people, only about 100 of them. They were all elites of the dragon tribe. The 100 of them brought countless resource formations. These were all to provide power to the 10,000 dragons picture. This time, it was the 10,000 dragons picture's power. The group set off. They sensed the aura of the Tao of Dragons. The draconic lord sneered. Spirit Region had always been mysterious. No one knew where their spatial entrance was. But this time they had solved it. Spirit Region still did not know that danger had arrived. On one hand, they rejected the people of the dragon tribe. On the other hand, they sent people to look for Lin Xian to ask about the whereabouts of the mysterious spirit herb. Lin Xian thought about it. He probably could not care about the dragon tribe. It was better for him to think of a way himself. He also said that if Spirit Region was willing to give him a sacred fruit of life, he was willing to personally bring those people there. He made up his mind. If the other party really gave it to him, he would just take them to a random place. Then he would take out 2 mysterious spirit herbs from Sword World and give them to the other party. The people of Spirit Region frowned. They did not expect Lin Xian's goal to be the sacred fruit of life as well. On the way back, the various parties gathered and frowned. What was going on? The dragon tribe wanted the sacred fruit of life, and so did this kid. And the 2 little guys from Medicine Star also wanted the sacred fruit of life. An elder of Spirit Region sneered. He overestimated himself. The sacred fruit of life is Spirit Region's secret. It must not be spread. So what if it's the dragon tribe? Spirit Region's foundation is not bad. Indeed, in the eyes of the experts of Spirit Region, they did not have a great emperor. Everything else was about the same as the monarch races. They were far more powerful than ordinary remote antiquity families. And there was one thing that other remote antiquity families could not compare to. That was, Spirit Region once had an immortal divine herb that was obtained by a great emperor. Since then, Spirit Region had formed a good relationship with that great emperor. Although that great emperor did not leave behind a powerful family, this bloodline was still passed down. They had been living in seclusion. If Spirit Region was in danger, the people of that bloodline would not sit by and do nothing. In other words, they had the great emperor's bloodline as their backer. This was also why they dared to refuse the dragon tribe. But this time, they did not expect that the dragon prince would be poisoned by the great Tao for only a year. So the 10,000 dragons' court went completely crazy. And this news was only known to the top elders of the dragon tribe. Ordinary dragons did not know about this situation. Therefore, it was even more impossible for the people of Spirit Region to know. If they knew, Spirit Region would not have dared to be so careless. They might even have directly given away the sacred fruit of life. Spirit Region. There was a palace on a mountain peak. The people of the dragon tribe lived here. They returned with cold expressions. Spirit Region, these people are so reckless. They dare to refuse us. Elder Zhang, who was leading the group, smiled. Don't worry, our people are already here. They will arrive in a few days. When that time comes, it will be the end of Spirit Region. Hearing this, the people of the dragon tribe sneered. No matter how strong Spirit Region was, could it fight against the monarch races? Chapter 49-47. Lin Xian frowned as well. It seemed like this method wouldn't work. He had to think of a way himself. He planned to secretly investigate the situation of the divine tree of life. Are you going to the core area? Shui Qi also became nervous. The spirit realm's foundation is terrifying. There are many experts here. If you're not careful, you might be discovered by them. At that time, you'll really be in danger. She was very worried. Lin Xian was different from the dragon race. The dragon race had the 10,000 dragon court behind them. However, what was behind Lin Xian? The heavenly court was still recovering, and the Dao sect supported the dragon prince. Therefore, if Lin Xian was really suppressed by the spirit realm's people, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian said that it's fine. I'll give it a try. Moreover, I won't go personally. I'll just investigate the situation first. He went to the mountain peak. A formation appeared around him, isolating him from everything. Heavenly secret, divine eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he activated his heavenly secret, divine eyes to the extreme. In the next instant, Lin Xian's gaze seemed to cross thousands of miles. He could clearly see the scene in the distance. It was as if he was a god looking down on the mortals. However, before he reached the core area, Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful force that could suppress soul power. His gaze seemed to enter a swamp. Although it was slow, he could still continue to investigate. If others knew about this, they would be shocked. One had to know that the spirit realm had set up many defenses to prevent outsiders from investigating. No one knew how many defenses had been set up. It could be said that even top experts wouldn't be able to investigate the situation here. However, the heavenly secret divine eyes were too mysterious and terrifying. Lin Xian could still investigate with his full strength. However, it was still not enough. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an even more terrifying aura. At the same time, he opened the sword world. The energy in the Four-Spirit Valley surged into his eyes. At this moment, the mysterious patterns of the heavenly secret divine eyes quickly formed. The power of reincarnation appeared, and it seemed like it was going to transcend time and space. Lin Xian's gaze entered the core area. The spiritual energy in the core area was too terrifying. There were many 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. One had to know that 10,000-year spirit herbs were very precious outside, but here they seemed to be very casual. It could be seen that there were even spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. He hadn't found the tree of life yet. Lin Xian made a shocking discovery. He discovered that the core area of Spirit Realm was completely different from other places. In the core region, there was a spring in every area. Spring water gushed out and covered an area. There were a total of 81 of these springs. The 81 springs covered the entire core area. The water in these springs was even more mysterious, which shocked Lin Xian. What kind of spring water was this? What did it have to do with the tree of life? Lin Xian continued his investigation. He saw a towering divine tree in front of him, with luxuriant leaves and branches. It was unknown how long it had been there, but the aura it carried seemed to be able to instantly restore a skeleton. Was this the tree of life? Lin Xian was shocked. The fruits on top were not ready yet. Lin Xian knew that the last fruit had been harvested 1,500 years ago. It was carefully kept by Spirit Realm, and it was still not ready now. However, Lin Xian didn't care. It would be good if he could get a leaf of life or a branch. He carefully investigated, but at this time, the tree of life shook its leaves and pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept out. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good, he was discovered. There was a pear tree in the core area. He instantly rushed out. He shouted angrily. Who was it? Accompanied by this voice, Lin Xian felt as if his soul was about to split open. Not good. The spiritual herbs in the core area had all cultivated into demons and become incomparably powerful. He quickly retracted his gaze. In the sky, thousands of pear blossoms bloomed and poured down like snow. At the same time, in the core area, countless terrifying demons resurrected. There were sunflowers that bloomed with terrifying flames. There were peach trees that formed 3,000 peach, with divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth. There were purple wisterias that turned into thousands of purple lightning bolts. In short, at this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had retreated quickly, his soul was still affected. At the same time, the people of Spirit Realm were alarmed. The expressions of the experts of Spirit Realm changed drastically. Not good. Someone had barged into the core area. Who was it? They rushed out. Someone wanted to steal the divine fruit of life? Damn it, was it someone from the dragon race? Roars rang out, and countless arrays in Spirit Realm lit up. Husband, are you all right? Seeing Lin Xian's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Xue Qi was extremely nervous. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and helped me in. His soul was injured, but fortunately he reacted quickly enough, so it was only a light injury. Lin Xian hurriedly went back to heal his injuries. On the other side, the medicine sect and Yao Qinggu were alarmed. The people of the dragon race were the same. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth. Were there people here? But soon they realized that it was not the case. It was not the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Someone had secretly entered the core area and alarmed the supreme existence in the core area. Not good, damn it, who was it? Did they want to ruin our plan? The expressions of the experts of the dragon race became extremely unsightly. They had come here to catch Spirit Realm off guard. When Spirit Realm was unprepared, they would be able to take it down with irresistible force. But now, someone had barged into Spirit Realm's core area, and Spirit Realm had to be on guard. They were afraid that they would be in trouble. Their expressions were gloomy, and they wished that they could slap the person who had snuck in. Ancestors, what is going on? The elders of the spirit race came to the core area and faced the spirit herbs and spirit fruits with great respect. An elder asked, "Did someone come in? Who was it? We will go and catch them." Li Shu said coldly, "No, I felt a soul. Someone is using their soul to check the core area." What? Someone was able to enter the core area? It is too inconceivable. Although it was just a soul, it was still enough to shock the experts of Spirit Realm. They had set up so many defenses, but someone was still able to enter. Could it be the people of the dragon race? They knew that the old man leading the dragon race was a top-notch expert. Damn it, the dragon race has not given up. We have already rejected them. Are they trying to steal the god of life fruit? Ancestors, don't worry. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. The peach tree said, "That person's soul has been injured. Go and see which outsider's soul has been injured." Whoever it was, they had to suppress it. These terrifying spirit herbs were all enraged. To be honest, they were also shocked. It was the god of life who had discovered the soul this time. If the god of life had not warned them, they would not have known at all. Whose soul was this? How could it be so terrifying? Chapter 49-48. Soon, the elders and experts of the spirit realm began to move. They came to the mountain in the distance and said, "Fellow cultivators," someone used their soul to check the core of the spirit realm. Since someone didn't follow the rules, don't blame the spirit realm for being impolite. Hearing this, the people outside sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them were stunned. Yao Qinggu and Yao Qingyu were also surprised. Someone was checking the core? Who was so bold? They immediately thought of the Dragon Clan. The people of the medicine sect also looked at the Dragon Clan with strange expressions. The people of the Dragon Clan looked gloomy. One of them shouted coldly, "Why are you looking at us?" Although they didn't do it, they felt guilty. After all, they had summoned experts. If they were discovered at this time, the spirit realm would suppress them instantly. The elders of the spirit realm also looked at the Dragon Clan. They felt that other than the Dragon Clan, there was no one else who had the strength and courage to do so. So they said, "Fellow cultivators of the Dragon Clan, sorry, we have to check your soul." Sorry. As they spoke, they all walked up. The people of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily, "Do you think we did it? The spirit realm is too arrogant. Do you dare to behave so atrociously in front of the Dragon Clan?" These people of the Dragon Clan were so arrogant and unruly. They usually dominated the area, but now they were being questioned by others. How could they be convinced? However, the spirit realm was also very tough. "Fellow cultivators, are you guilty? Then don't blame us." In the distance, more experts walked over. There was even a terrifying array flashing. Those spirit herbs also turned into peerless experts. "Do you think we are afraid of you?" The people of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily. The leading elder snorted coldly and retreated. He warned through voice transmission, "Have you forgotten what time it is? Don't do anything. Think of the big picture." The experts of the Dragon Clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, this time they will bear with it. However, when their experts arrived, they would let the spirit realm know the consequences of offending them. The leading elder of the Dragon Clan walked out and said, "We didn't do it. We are willing to accept the investigation. Release your soul power and let the cultivators of the spirit realm check." The people of the Dragon Clan all released their soul power. The elders of the spirit realm didn't hold back. They carefully checked one by one. Then they frowned. He was not from the Dragon Clan. The souls of the dragon race were all complete and unharmed. Who was that? Could it be that, aside from the Dragon Clan, there were other hidden experts here? Their expressions were grave as they continued to investigate. The medicine sect, Yao Qianwu, and the others were also in an uproar. If it wasn't someone from the Dragon Clan, then who did it? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. Following that, the other people also accepted the inspection. Xueqi's face was somewhat pale, and she was quite nervous. It was obvious that these people were examining her soul. Lin Xian's soul was injured. If it was detected, wouldn't he be suppressed in an instant? She didn't know what to do now. Although she was powerful and had no problem dealing with 10 great sages together with Lin Xian, she had no problem. However, there were more than 10 great sages in the spirit realm. It was not a force that the two of them could contend against. Hopefully, the people of Spirit Realm would forget about Lin Xian for now. Very soon, she was also tested and passed. The people of Spirit Realm frowned. Are everyone's souls still intact? Then who is it? The people of the Dragon Clan sneered. How is it? You didn't catch the culprit, did you? I think it must be someone from Spirit Realm who sneaked in. Yes, I think so too. Let's investigate your people. The people of Dragon Clan sneered. The people of Spirit Realm frowned. Was it someone from their own side? Who would be so daring? It shouldn't be. The people of Spirit Realm knew how dangerous the core area was. They shouldn't have attacked. At this time, the elder who led the way said, No, there is another person. Where is that Lin Gongzi? Where is he? As soon as he said this, everyone turned their heads. They all looked at Xueqi. How could they not pay attention to such a beautiful story? They naturally knew that there was a handsome young man beside her. But where was he now? Yao Qingwu and Yao Qianwu's eyelids twitched. Could it be that brat? They were shocked. One had to know that they had seen how daring Lin Xian was. Maybe this brat really dared to inspect the core area directly. However, they quickly rejected this idea. It was impossible. No matter how strong that brat was, he didn't have the power to inspect the core area. The people of Spirit Realm didn't believe it, either. But now, the only person they suspected was Lin Xian. They asked Xueqi to ask Lin Gongzi to come out. Xueqi said that Lin Gongzi was in seclusion and couldn't come out. She naturally wouldn't allow these people to see Lin Xian. The people of Dragon Clan sneered. I think it might be him. Maybe there is an expert behind this brat who sneaked in. Although they didn't believe it, they still hoped that Spirit Realm would change their target. This way, the Dragon Clan would be able to act in secret. The elder of Spirit Realm said, No matter what, we must see Lin Gongzi. As they spoke, they flew toward the mountain peak in the distance. Not good. When Xueqi saw this, she quickly followed them. She said, What if you disturb his cultivation and cause him to go berserk? Her body emitted a terrifying ice-cold aura. The elder of Spirit Realm said, Is it possible that he is injured and can't come out? If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Attack! As they walked over, their power erupted. Xueqi snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice transmitted from the palace on the mountain peak. Stop! When Xueqi heard this voice, she was taken aback. Then, she took a deep breath and retreated to the side of the palace. She transmitted her voice to him and said, Don't come out. They will discover you. The other people also raised their heads and looked toward the mountain peak. Is that brat going to come out? The gate of the palace on the mountain peak opened, and a person walked out. Lin Xian said, I'm in the middle of cultivation. Why have you come to look for me? As he spoke, he winked at Xueqi and gave her a reassuring look. Lin Gongzi, some people secretly probed our spirit race's core region and injured their souls. We must investigate you outsiders. We have already investigated the other people and their souls are intact. Now only you are left. Lin Gongzi, you won't make things difficult for us, will you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled. Of course he wouldn't. He released his soul and said, Sirs, go ahead and investigate. The spirit realm's experts nodded and looked forward. In the next moment, he was taken aback. How is this possible? The people in the vicinity were also taken aback. They all started investigating, and their eyes widened. Xue Qi also cried out in surprise. She couldn't believe it. Chapter 49:49. The spirit realm's people were stunned, and even Xue Qi was surprised. She couldn't believe it. However, she quickly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. He wasn't injured. The spirit realm's experts said in a low voice. The elders were also surprised, and they examined him carefully. They discovered that Lin Xian's soul wasn't injured. Lin Xian said, "What? You don't believe me?" The elders withdrew their gazes and smiled. Lin Gongzi, please forgive us for disturbing you. As they spoke, they left. The souls of the outsiders were intact, and none of them were injured. This meant that it wasn't them. Perhaps other people had secretly followed them. That was why the spirit realms people wanted to investigate. I knew it wasn't this lad. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be so daring. Yao Qinggu and Xue Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian greeted them and went into seclusion. After they entered, Xue Qi asked, "How did you do it?" She was really curious. Lin Xian smiled. After he came back, he felt that those people would investigate. That was why he quickly took out a spirit herb from the sword world and swallowed it. The spirit herbs he had planted were precious spirit herbs that were around 20,000 years old, and they were provided by the mysterious power of the sword world. The effects of these spirit herbs were really heaven-defying. After he ate half of them, Lin Xian's soul was instantly healed. His injuries weren't serious. After all, he had just cast his gaze over. If his soul had come here directly, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, he didn't get hurt. Xue Qi heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. They were fine, but the dragon race's people were frowning. This was because they realized that the spirit realm's people hadn't given up. Moreover, they had increased the area and scope of their search. If this continued, the dragon's aura they had planted before would be discovered. Why don't I go out and take back the dragon's aura? An elder asked. The leading elder shook his head. No, we can't act rashly now. They are watching us. Moreover, judging by the time, our people should be here soon. A day later, the people of Spirit Realm were shocked. They had discovered something incredible. Elder, at the entrance of the Spirit Realm's barrier, we found the aura of a dragon hidden under the ground. What? The expressions of the people of the Spirit Realm changed drastically. The people of the dragon race were secretly plotting something. It really was them. With the aura of the Tao of Dragons, they arrived at the peak of the mountain. The dragon race. Why did you lay down your Tao of Dragon aura at the Spirit Formation entrance? There was a roar. The people from the dragon clan frowned. The others were also shocked. The outsiders poked their heads out again, their faces filled with surprise. Could it be that this was done by the dragon clan? Even Lin Xian walked out. He stood atop the mountain peak and looked off into the distance, his eyes glittering. Finally, he pointed his spear at the dragon clan again. What would the dragon clan do? Elder Zhang, what should we do now that we've been discovered? The members of the dragon clan were also anxious. The old man in the lead sneered and said, "Be quiet. I'll handle this." He walked out with a smile. Fellow Taoist from the spirit realm, what's the matter? The elder of the spirit realm said, "How do you explain the aura of the Tao of Dragons?" Isn't it simple? The elder in the lead laughed. This is the first time we've come to the spirit realm. The power of the world here is so shocking. Naturally, we were excited and accidentally released the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This one was released accidentally. He said it casually. However, the people of the spirit realm frowned deeply. Accidentally? What kind of joke was this? The dragon-shaped aura was hidden deep underground. If they hadn't carefully searched, they wouldn't have been able to find it. Was this an accident? It seems that you're not willing to tell the truth. Then don't blame us. The experts of the spirit realm walked up. The people of the dragon race also rushed out of the hall and said, "What? Do you dare to attack us? Do you want to become enemies with the dragon race? We don't want to become enemies with the dragon race, but we're not afraid of trouble. You first buried the aura of the Tao of Dragons, and then investigated the secrets of the core area of the spirit realm. You're looking down on the spirit realm too much." For a moment, the experts of the spirit realm wore cold expressions and terrifying auras erupted. The people of the dragon race were also nervous. Although they had experts on their side, this was the spirit realm's territory. If a fight really broke out, none of them would be able to escape. The people of the medicine sect and others also exclaimed, "Was there going to be a big battle?" It was really surprising. They didn't dare to interfere. After all, no one dared to offend the spirit realm here. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Oh, it'd be best if there was a big battle. This way, he would have another chance to enter the core area. A big battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. "What? Is the spirit realm so arrogant that you dare to attack the dragon race?" At first, the voice was very soft and seemed to come from afar. However, it soon arrived nearby and thunder rumbled. Many people were so shocked that their blood boiled. Were the people of the dragon race here? The people of the medicine sect and others all turned to look. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. What was going on? Weren't the dragon race only sending these people? Moreover, the person who came was also an extremely terrifying existence among the great saints. At the front, the people of the dragon race smiled. Great, the person they were waiting for was finally here. However, the people of the spirit realm changed their expressions. Not good. Who was it? How dare you trespass into the spirit realm? There was an angry shout. Then, countless terrifying laws rushed over, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. In the sky, a big hand waved, and the void was torn apart. A figure walked over slowly. "What? Are you going to attack me?" The person who came was an old man. His aura was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of the great saint realm. So terrifying. Many people were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Long Xuanja. He didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. Of course, the other party didn't know him now. When he first met the other party, he used the identity of the mad god in the heavenly court. However, Long Xuanja was here. How did he come? Lin Xian was puzzled. The people of the spirit realm were even more puzzled. How did you find this place? Only they knew the spatial coordinates of the spirit realm. No one else knew. If outsiders wanted to enter, they had to pay a high price for the right to enter. Then they would be let in. But now the other party came alone. I think I can go anywhere in the world. Why can't I come to your spirit realm? Long Xuanja sneered and walked down. The people of the spirit realm had ugly expressions. Some of the elders furrowed their brows tightly. Could it be because of the aura of the Tao of Dragon? The people of the dragon race were far more familiar with the aura of the Tao of Dragon than others. This Long Xuanja really found it. Humph. Although you are an expert of the dragon race, the spirit realm has rules. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Chapter 4950. At the same time, they shouted coldly and all the outsiders left. It seemed that they wanted to chase everyone away. The dragon sovereign ignored them completely. He stared at the people of the dragon clan and asked, "Haven't you succeeded yet?" The elders of the dragon clan shook their heads. "No, they are stubborn." "Is that so?" The dragon sovereign snorted. He turned around and stared at the people of spirit realm. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the divine fruit of life. You're really here for the divine fruit of life." The people of spirit realm were shocked. They gritted their teeth. "Don't even think about it. The divine fruit of life belongs to spirit realm. We will never give it to an outsider, not even the dragon clan." "Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit?" The dragon sovereign sneered. It seems that the 10,000 Dragons court hasn't made a move for a long time. So much so that the people of the world have forgotten the power of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Well, I'll show my power today and let everyone know that the Emperor clan is not to be challenged. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying, and the world kept shaking. Endless cracks appeared in the void, and everyone felt that the end of the world was coming. They kept retreating. The experts and elders of Spirit Realm couldn't resist at all. The Dragon Sovereign was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. It was difficult for the others to fight against him. Stop! At this time, angry shouts came from afar. Then, countless figures flew over from all directions of Spirit Realm. A few of them flew to the front and landed in an instant. These people were also at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. The leader was dressed in white, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He looked middle-aged, and his face was solemn. I'm the master of Spirit Realm, the people of the Dragon Clan. Are you really going to attack me? Yao Qingguo and the others exclaimed. The master of Spirit Realm was even more terrifying than the patriarchs of the clan of the ancients. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was a little confused. It was different from what he thought. Did the 10,000 dragons court only send the Dragon Sovereign? Although he was very powerful, he couldn't do as he pleased in Spirit Realm. Could it be that he had some trump card? Dragon Sovereign, you may be at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but Spirit Realm isn't a pushover. It's not realistic for you to do as you please. I advise you dragons to leave obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for suppressing you. Another old man walked out, his eyes bursting with an extremely sharp divine light. It was like a divine sword, piercing through heaven and earth. He was the great elder of Spirit Realm. There was another person who looked quite young, but his aura was just as terrifying. He said that the people of the dragon race should leave. Otherwise, even though you all are Emperor clans, we can still suppress you all, throw you all out. In that case, you will lose all your face. This was the second elder of Spirit Realm. Ha ha ha. Dragon Radiant's master looked up to the sky and laughed. Spirit Region, you are so stubborn. Don't blame the 10,000 dragons Imperial Court for being impolite. Everyone come out. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and it expanded in the wind, becoming 10,000 li long, as if it covered the heavens and earth. From inside, one figure after another flew out, accompanied by a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons. The Spirit Realm doesn't know what's good for them. They dared to challenge my Emperor clan, so they deserve death. A roar shook the heavens and the earth. Another person shouted, "Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Spirit Realm, kneel down and hand over the Tree of Life. In an instant, the sky was filled with experts of the dragon race. Not good. The expressions of the other people changed drastically. The people of Spirit Realm were also stunned. The pupils of Spirit Realm's master constricted. You actually dared to bring people here? Do you want to start a war between Spirit Realm and the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court? Their expressions became very ugly. Other than Dragon Radiant's master, there were 2 peak great saints. Other than that, there were hundreds of great saints. None of them were weak. These people had appeared together. It was no longer a personal grudge. This was a conflict between 2 forces. If things went wrong, it might become a world-destroying war. In the distance, 2 more peak great saints arrived. The 5 peak great saints were the strength of Spirit Realm. The other experts of Spirit Realm all retreated. They were as if they were facing a great enemy. The array around them had already started to flicker. The expressions of the medicine sect and the others changed drastically. They were outsiders, and at this moment they quickly retreated. However, without someone to lead the way, they could not leave. Lin Xian, Xue Qi, and the others also retreated, frowning. Xue Qi said, "It seems that what we guessed was true. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court has gone crazy." Lin Xian took a deep breath. I'm afraid it's more troublesome than you think. They only wanted the divine fruit of life. After Dragon Radiance Master and the others arrived, they directly asked for the divine tree of life. They want to kill Spirit Realm. I guess there will be a world-destroying war later. Let's hide further away. Lin Xian sighed. Although he had also hoped that the two sides would fight, he had thought that the war would at most have a dozen great saints fighting there. It would cause some commotion. He could have taken the opportunity to run to the core area and investigate. Now, it was completely beyond his expectations. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court had sent over 100 people, and there were 3 peak great saints. If they fought, no one knew what the consequences would be. What? 5 peak great saints? Do they think they can fight against us? Dragon Radiance Master sneered. You don't understand our strength. Let's not talk nonsense. The people of Spirit Realm were already angry and directly attacked. The green sword shadow blotted out the sky as it slashed forward. Humph! The 3 peak great saints of the dragon race attacked aggressively, and the other 5 attacked together. They exploded in an instant. With one attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the void. Then both sides retreated. Spirit Realm's Lord's expression was also ugly. The 5 of them couldn't take down the 3 of them. Their advantage in numbers was useless, as expected of the Monarch clan. The ancient scriptures and bloodlines they cultivated were far superior to ordinary clan of the ancients. No matter what, the other party underestimated Spirit Realm too much. Their inheritance was also not weak. Everyone, please attack. Spirit Realm's Lord turned and said to the distance, gather in the core area. A cold snort also came. The dragon race was too presumptuous. No matter how arrogant the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court was, they couldn't come here and behave atrociously. You actually want the divine tree of life. A few voices sounded. Then, everyone found that a few black shadows streaked across the ground and arrived nearby in an instant. These were a few ancient trees. There were pear trees, peach trees, sunflowers, and wisteria trees. After they arrived, the surrounding array kept flickering, and the surrounding spirit herbs all bloomed with a biting cold light. For a moment, the entire spirit realm seemed to have turned into a world cage. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Of course, the ones who felt the pressure were the outsiders, such as the people of the dragon race, the medicine sect, Yao Qianwu, Lin Xian, and the others. They felt like they were being crushed by 100,000 mountains. The people of Spirit Realm were all covered in green armor. This was the life armor. Fighting in their territory, they had supreme vitality. Now, do you still think you're a match for us? Spirit Realm's Lord sneered. In the distance, the people of the medicine sect felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court was at a disadvantage this time. However, Dragon Radiance Master and the other 2 sneered. With my dragon blood, I summoned the dragon diagram. Chapter 4951. I'll use my dragon blood to summon the dragon diagram. An ice-cold voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. Soon after, a terrifying dragon aura rose from the bodies of the Dragon Radiance Master and the other 2 people. An even more terrifying might appeared. When this aura appeared, the faces of the Dragon Clan's members became filled with shock. Soon after, they became overjoyed. This is great. They prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped it. As for the Spirit Zone's members, their faces were filled with fright. What is this aura? Some of the weaker members were forced to kneel on the ground by this power. The medicine sex members also bent their bodies and wanted to kneel down. Some of them tried their best to stand up, but their bodies were shattered. No, the medicine sex members roared crazily. Some elders shouted angrily, "Hurry up and submit!" They didn't dare to resist anymore, and they all knelt down on the ground. Yao Qingguo and the other 2 people's bodies shivered, and they also submitted. Shui, Chi's pupils contracted. This aura. Could it be? She was shocked. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was just as he had expected. These people had brought that thing here. Chi! Hurry up and go inside. Lin Xian waved his hand and opened a crack, sending Xue Qi into the sword world. Xue Qi was his woman, so Lin Xian wouldn't hide anything from her. After Xue Qi entered the sword world, she cried out in alarm. Where is this? She felt that the terrifying aura had disappeared, and a mysterious power was revolving around it. This is my world. You should stay here for now. It's too dangerous outside. Lin Xian's voice transmitted into the sword world. Xue Qi was shocked. Lin Xian actually possessed a world. This was too inconceivable. However, at this moment, she didn't expect that this was a unique world. In her eyes, this was just an ordinary star world that had been refined by Lin Xian. After all, someone at Lin Xian's level had several world cores. Although she was shocked, she could still understand it. However, she didn't expect that this wasn't something an ordinary world could compare to. She only found out about this later. She asked, "Husband, what about you? You should also come inside." Lin Xian had such a trump card, so he shouldn't be afraid of that terrifying aura. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I'll take a look first." He hadn't come in, but he had the great dragon sword spirit in his body and had destroyed that terrifying energy. It was hidden in the distance. He wondered what Spirit Realm's fate would be like. Lin Xian shook his head. Most of the people on Spirit Realm's side were forced to kneel on the ground and unable to resist. The faces of the peak great saints in the front also turned ugly. For example, the pear trees and peach trees were about to crack. The Lord of Spirit Realm's pupils shrank. He kept retreating, his face pale. Extreme Dao Might, you brought the myriad dragon's portrait here. Are you guys crazy? He couldn't believe it. Were they going to destroy Spirit Realm? The master of Long Zhao, the ancestor of Long Shi, and the master of the Dragon Court stood in the sky like gods and demons. They looked down at the common people and said in a clear voice, "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish. I'll give you one last chance. Either you submit and hand over the Tree of Life, or you die." A cold voice rang out, causing everyone in Spirit Realm to despair. Was this the legendary extreme Dao weapon? The weapon of a great emperor was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, just the aura that descended was enough to make them unable to resist at all. If it attacked, who could block it? The pear tree roared, "Damn it, you dare to threaten us?" The others also gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red. They wouldn't hand over the Tree of Life even if they died. They didn't know what was good for them. The master of Long Zhao waved his hand, and an extreme Dao power descended, sending the pear tree flying. His body was torn apart and charred black. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Seeing this scene, the peach tree roared angrily. The 3,000 peach wood swords swept across the world, cutting through the void. One had to know that these spirit herbs were very terrifying when they cultivated to the saint level. Previously, Lin Xian couldn't fight against them even with the heavenly secret divine eye. The ones that were chased directly withdrew their souls. But now, under the extreme Dao power, the peach tree was also sent flying as if it had been struck by lightning. The branches on it withered and its aura fell. It was on the verge of death. Damn it! The people of Spirit Realm gritted their teeth and roared. At this time, a few mountains of Spirit Realm cracked open, and a few old people walked out. At the same time, they shouted angrily and took out their sacred weapons. Voices sounded one after another. Clearly, Spirit Realm's foundation was also activated. Another 5 old people walked out. These 5 old people were even paler. They were living fossils. Their vitality was withered, but as they walked, countless spirit herbs surged into their bodies, causing their vitality to quickly recover. In an instant, their white hair turned black and their eyes were sharp. There was an old man who had turned into a young god of war. At the same time, a terrifying vibration came from the ground, and a war hammer appeared. One person held it. On the other side, there was a ruler. It was completely jade and emitted a biting cold light. It was summoned by a woman. There was also a furnace controlled by an old man in the palm of his hand. These three weapons emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and they quickly charged forward. To block the extreme Tao power, the people of Spirit Realm felt the pressure on them lessen. They all heaved a sigh of relief, and then they felt hopeful. The 5 old ancestors had awakened, and the 3 sacred weapons were unsealed. They still had the power to fight. The master of Spirit Realm, the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the other spirit herbs in the core area were all gathered together. They controlled the 3 legendary sacred weapons and the peerless formations in the surroundings to fight a great battle against it. Terrifying power turned into lightning that swept through the sky. The formation gathered killing intent, and the 3 sacred weapons swept through the world. Sacred weapons were the top of the sacred weapons, and they were second only to extreme Tao weapons. The 3 sacred weapons attacked with all their strength, and their power was earth-shattering. Today, a legendary battle was going to happen. Was there anyone who could rely on eternal Tao weapons? In the distance, the medicine sect and other outsiders on the ground saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He knew the power of extreme Tao weapons. And this time, the 10,000 Dragon Court came prepared. It was very likely that they had fully awakened their extreme Tao weapons. That attack was probably Lin Xian didn't think about it anymore because the battle had already begun. The people of Spirit Realm gathered their strength and launched an apocalyptic attack into the sky. They attacked the 10,000 dragon diagram. The space around the 10,000 dragon diagram shattered. The sky map, formed by countless dragons, also shook a little. Great. The people of Spirit Realm were happy. The 10,000 dragon diagram was not invincible, but soon they fell into despair. Their full-powered attacks caused the 10,000 dragons diagram to shake. Then the 10,000 dragons diagram suppressed the heavens and earth. How was this possible? The people of Spirit Realm went crazy. The master of Spirit Realm, the living fossil, and the spirit herbs in the core area were also filled with despair. Their full power attack couldn't even shake it? The difference was too great. Chapter 4952. Was this the power of an extreme weapon? The rest of the people were also horrified. There was nothing in the world that could resist an extreme weapon, unless it was another extreme weapon. Lin Xian's expression was just as serious. It looked like Spirit Realm was truly finished this time. The other side wanted the Tree of Life, so he acted in advance. Summoning the Void Beast, Lin Xian quickly traveled through space. He wanted to enter the core area. At this moment, the sleeping demon beasts in the core area were all awakened. Spirit herbs rose into the air and charged forward. This time, Lin Xian easily entered the core area. However, he didn't act rashly because he knew that the Tree of Life was probably an even more terrifying existence. All the experts of Spirit Realm were mobilized, but they still couldn't stop it. Another attack. The ground of Spirit Realm cracked, and the sky shattered. It was a scene of destruction. This time the great saints died. Dozens of great saints died, and their blood dyed the sky red. The Lord of Spirit Realm and the others also retreated. Their bodies were broken and they vomited blood. Their eyes were filled with despair. At this time the Tree of Life moved. Its branches and leaves covered the sky and began to sweep in all directions. Powerful vitality surged into the people of Spirit Realm. Their broken bodies quickly healed, and even some bones were restored. Countless people were shocked. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was the power of the Tree of Life. It was really terrifying. This vitality was stronger than anything. The ancient voice sounded. The Tree of Life said, "I am willing to give you the divine fruit of life. Can you stop the battle?" the people of Spirit Realm stopped. The Tree of Life had spoken. To be honest, they were very regretful now. Who knew that the other side would bring an extreme weapon? Hearing this, the Lord of Dragon Reflection snorted. We gave you a chance before, but you didn't accept it. Now, the extreme weapon has been activated. Do you know how many resources we have used? It's impossible to stop now. A mere divine fruit of life can't satisfy us. If you want to stop the battle, come back with us personally. In the sky, Cold Eyes looked at the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life fell silent. The people of Spirit Realm were also shocked. The Lord of Spirit Realm roared. Impossible. The Divine Tree of Life was too important to Spirit Realm. Once the Divine Tree of Life left, Spirit Realm would probably decline instantly. Moreover, the Divine Tree of Life had protected them for so many years. If they left with the Dragon Tribe, they would definitely become prisoners. Thus, they wouldn't allow it. Old Ancestor, there's no need to tell them. Let's fight. They swore to protect the Ancestor with their lives. The people of Spirit Realm roared madly. The eyes of those peak great saints glowed with terrifying light. They stood in a row, absolutely not allowing anyone from the Dragon Clan to touch their old Ancestor. Kill the young people of the other Spirit Realms. They were not strong enough to fight, but they poured all their power into the formation. The Peerless Formation was activated. The 10,000 Dragons diagram struck out here. 10,000 dragons roared, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time, the Lord of Spiritual Region and the others retreated. But there was an energy that blocked them, shocking countless people. Lin Xian was also surprised. What kind of array was this? It was too scary. In the sky, Lord Longzhao's expression was gloomy. Extreme Tao Array. It was an array set up by a great emperor. The voice of the Divine Tree of Life sounded again, and its life energy enveloped the world. Back then, the immortal divine medicine appeared in Spirit Realm, and it was obtained by a great emperor. That great emperor had a relationship with Spirit Realm. He set up an emperor-level array to protect Spirit Realm from destruction. Unless it was a moment of life and death, the array would not appear. Now that it had appeared, Spirit Realm was safe. Great. The people of Spirit Realm all laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. After this, they would definitely take revenge. Humph. Let's see if your Emperor-level array is more powerful than our extreme weapons. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty didn't intend to stop at all. They had to get the Divine Tree of Life. At this moment, endless resources gathered, and the 10,000 Dragons diagram released an extremely terrifying light. The heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked, directly tearing open the 9 heavens. Spirit Realm was broken. The beasts of the everlasting mountain range also felt this light. They looked up at the sky. What happened? There seemed to be someone fighting there. But before they could go over, an aura swept out, and everyone knelt on the ground. Those who were close were directly turned into ashes. More people fled. It was too terrifying. Not only the mountain range, but the people of Everlasting City also prostrated on the ground. So much so that the entire Yuanguang continent was almost alarmed. The might of the extreme weapons was fully recovered. Near Mount Eternal, the eyes of the people of the Gu family burst out with an extremely cold light. In their family, the void mirror kept shaking. It seemed to be emitting a warning aura. And the pupils of the sect masters of the Longevity Hall and Fire Cloud Hall shrank. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they still felt fear. This wasn't just intimidation. Someone was going to fully recover the extreme weapons. Who was it? In Taiching Ancient City, the ancient families and peerless sects were also facing a great enemy. The people of the Purple Mansion and some ancient existences looked up at the sky. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty had made their move. The people of the Yi family were the same. The Yi family's heaven and earth cauldron bloomed, enveloping the Yi family and blocking the might of the extreme weapons. However, Everyone's expression was solemn. When the extreme weapons were used at full strength, one side would definitely be turned into ashes. They didn't know which force had offended the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Holy Abyss, ancient city. The people of the three great orthodoxies were also alarmed. Countless discussions sounded. After all, the Dragon Prince had just been injured. Now that the 10,000 Dragons dynasty had activated their extreme weapons, it was obvious that it was because of the Dragon Prince. But no one knew the specific reason. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty were excited. They knew that the battle was about to end. No one could resist the fully recovered extreme weapons. In the distant universe, countless stars flickered. Some stars had no living beings on them, while some stars had transformed into worlds. There were billions of living beings living on them. But at this moment, the 13 worlds in the universe instantly withered and turned into ashes. And the power of the 13 worlds instantly surged into the buried Emperor Star. The full strength attack of the extreme weapons consumed the power of 13 worlds. This attack was earth-shattering. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. It was too terrifying. The void let out an uneasy roar. It couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian summoned the heaven-devouring jar and hid in it. In the next moment, he felt a huge force bombarding the heaven-devouring jar and was sent flying. However, it didn't shatter. The heaven-devouring jar was also a half-grade weapon. It released a terrifying devouring aura to block the attack. Lin Xian couldn't activate the heaven-devouring jar at full strength, but he had no problem protecting himself. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Yao, Qinggu, and the other person spat out large mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. Lin Xian sighed when he saw what happened. The two of them had saved him before, and he had to rely on them as well. Fortunately, he left a bell on them. At this moment, he activated the array formation inside the bell and teleported them. In an instant, he arrived beside the two of them and brought them into the heaven-devouring jar. Chapter 4953. The people from the medicine sect tried their best to resist, but they were instantly turned into ashes. Apart from them, there were also some outsiders who had vanished into thin air. It was too powerful. It was as if the great emperor had been resurrected, sweeping through everything. Nothing could stop it. Not good. The Lord of Spirit Realm's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily and activated all his power to revive the Emperor-level formation. This peerless formation was a protective formation. At this moment, it was blooming with light, turning into the strongest defense. However, it was unintentional. The full recovery of the extreme weapon used too much power. Moreover, the extreme weapon was different from the formation. Although they were both created by the great emperor, their power was still different. If it was fully recovered, the extreme weapon would be even more powerful. At this moment, the 10,000 dragons diagram rotated and pressed down, turning into 10,000 giant dragons. They roared between heaven and earth and bombarded the emperor-level formation. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The formation instantly dimmed. The people inside the formation were extremely nervous. They wondered if they could withstand it. A cracking sound rang out, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Cracks had appeared on the formation. Damn it, could it be that he couldn't block it? They were thinking of retreating now, but it was too late. Ancestor. They all looked at the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was silent. Then it roared and quickly went to find the descendants of the great emperor. Their peerless formation was left behind by the great emperor. Although the great emperor did not leave behind a family, there were descendants. Now, they could only hope that the descendants of the great emperor would appear and stop this battle. The Tree of Life personally made a move. It had lived for too long, and its strength had reached an unfathomable level. However, it still could not stop the extreme weapon. It waved its branches, and the formation flickered. A terrifying spatial vortex appeared in the emperor-level formation. The signal for help had been sent out. On a distant continent, A mountain stood on the ground like an ancient demon mountain. Demonic energy filled the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Obviously, it was an overlord-level force. At this moment, in a mountain stream, a white-robed figure suddenly opened her eyes. There was a mysterious rune flickering between her brows. A group of green lotuses appeared behind her, swaying nonstop. At the same time, a vortex appeared in front of her, an emperor-level formation and a signal for help. Could it be the spirit realm? The white-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She seemed to have thought of something. She stood up and stepped into the green vortex. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. In Spirit Realm, more and more cracks appeared on the Emperor-level formation. It looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Extreme aura poured into the cracks of the formation, and the disciples of Spirit Realm died in droves. Even the pinnacle great saints were coughing up blood. If not for the powerful energy provided by the Tree of Life, all of them would have died. But even so, he couldn't hold on for long. When the Emperor-level array formation was completely broken, it would be the time of everyone's death. The Lord of Spirit Realm, the great saints, and the Tree of Life were all staring at the cyan vortex. Was he not here yet? At this moment, a figure stepped out of the green vortex. In the next moment, her expression turned grave. Yenryu was shocked. This was an extreme Dao weapon. 10,000 dragons diagram. Her body was surrounded by a green light, but she still recognized the 10,000 dragons diagram at a glance. The 10,000 dragons court was attacking Spirit Realm, and they had fully awakened their extreme Dao weapon? Damn it. She had also felt the extreme Dao power before, but she didn't expect the target to be Spirit Realm. The Lord of Spirit Realm and the others quickly bowed when they saw it. The Tree of Life said, "Descendant of the Azure Emperor, please help Spirit Realm through this crisis." Yenryu said, "I understand." The green lotus behind her kept swaying. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and 3 became all things. The green lotus screen blocked the extreme Dao power between heaven and earth. At the same time, Yenryu's cold voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist of the 10,000 Dragons Court, please stop." "Who are you?" Ancestor Long and the others frowned. At the most crucial moment, another mysterious figure appeared. Furthermore, the green lotus behind the figure made them feel a sense of apprehension. Why was there an extreme Dao power aura emitting from it? "I am the descendant of the Azure Emperor. My ancestor, the Azure Emperor, was indebted to Spirit Realm and obtained the immortal divine medicine. My ancestor, the Azure Emperor, once said that if Spirit Realm was in danger of being destroyed, the descendant of the Azure Emperor would do his best to repay the favor of the immortal divine medicine." A loud and clear voice rang out. The people of the 10,000 dragons court frowned. The descendant of the Azure Emperor? If the matter with the Dragon Prince had not happened, they might have really stopped for the sake of the other party. But now they had to get the Tree of Life. "I won't destroy Spirit Realm, but if you give me the Tree of Life, we'll leave." "No." The Lord of Spirit Realm and the others roared. The Tree of Life was silent. Then it said, "I will go with you." There was no other way. This was probably the only way. "After I leave, seal the space of Spirit Realm. Don't come out for 10,000 years." With that, it soared into the sky like a sacred tree and rushed into the clouds. The array cracked open and it rushed out. "All right, take me away and let the people of Spirit Realm go." The Lord of Dragon Radiance and the others waved their hands. The 10,000 dragons diagram released an endless aura that enveloped the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's body cracked open, and divine life liquid dripped down. It roared in pain. Below, the pupils of the Lord of Spirit Realm and the others shrank. "No, don't attack the ancestor." Yenryu also shouted angrily, "Please treat the Tree of Life well." However, the Lord of Dragon Radiance and the others sneered. "It has lived for countless years. Do you think it will submit to the 10,000 Dragons dynasty? We don't need a hostile tree of life. We just need its seed to take root and sprout. As for it, let it become history. With that, the 10,000 Dragons diagram turned into chains and sealed the tree of life. At the same time, they activated their extreme weapons again. Spirit Realm, you dared to challenge the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. You must die. Emperor races cannot be challenged. Spirit Realm will die without a doubt. Attack! With an angry shout, the 10,000 Dragons diagram pressed down again. The Emperor level array was shattered. The people of Spirit Realm despaired. The Tree of Life also roared crazily. You went back on your word. It was angry. The huge trunk shook and turned into a divine sword, wanting to escape. However, the power of the 10,000 Dragons diagram was not something it could resist. Descendant of the Azure Emperor, please take the people of Spirit Realm away. The Tree of Life's desperate voice sounded. Ancestor, the people of Spirit Realm knelt on the ground. They knew that the Tree of Life was about to launch its final attack. It would definitely fight to the death. The Lord of Spirit Realm kowtowed 3 times to the void, stood up and then said, "Although I have an extreme weapon, I can't fully revive and fight against the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Also, with my current strength, I can only take 30 people away." It couldn't be helped. Things had happened too suddenly. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty had carefully prepared, and Yen Ryu had been summoned in an instant. She was completely unprepared. So, taking 30 people away was already the limit. Chapter 4954. 30 people. The Lord of Spirit Realm's expression was solemn, but he also knew that this was the best result. They didn't expect that an extreme weapon would participate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this if they had made a decision earlier. In the end, they were still too confident. They thought that the only difference between them and the Emperor clans was the extreme weapon. However, an extreme weapon was enough to destroy them. The Lord of Spirit Realm said, 20 young geniuses, 10 seniors, and 100 spirit herbs in the core area. Azure Emperor's descendant, I'll leave it to you. Soon these people were chosen. Yenryu led 30 people. As for the 100 spirit herbs, she put them all into her space. In the next moment, the green lotus behind her shattered the void and disappeared. Her voice sounded, "Don't worry, Spirit Realm. I didn't help you be safe this time, but I will take revenge on the 10,000 Dragon Court in the future. I will use the blood of the dragon race to take revenge for you." Thank you, Azure Emperor's descendant. They knew that Spirit Realm was destroyed, but they hoped that the fire seed would not be destroyed. These people would grow up in the future and rebuild Spirit Realm, and they would live and die with Spirit Realm. After Yen Ryu disappeared, the Lord of Spirit Realm and all the remaining people of Spirit Realm stood up. They began to burn their laws and life. Everyone fight with me. Kill. Protect Spirit Realm. Protect our home. Save the Patriarch. These people went crazy. Their bodies turned into flames and burned fiercely. Their power surged into the Emperor-level formation. The formation released a terrifying light and launched an ultimate attack on the 10,000 Dragons diagram. With this attack, the 10,000 Dragons diagram shook and the shackles on it shattered. The Tree of Life was able to escape. After it came out, it also roared at the sky. Countless life forces on it also burned and pounced forward. The expressions of the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court became incomparably ugly. Damn it! They didn't expect the Azure Emperor's descendant to escape and take away a portion of them. The remaining people were fighting with their lives on the line. Although the power they carried could completely revive the 10,000 Dragons diagram, it couldn't last for too long. After all, they weren't true emperors. Quick! And the battle quickly. They attacked with all their strength again. These peak great saints were also pale, and cracks appeared on their bodies. It was obvious that controlling the 10,000 Dragons diagram for a long time was a huge burden on them. The roars of 10,000 dragons seemed to have come to life as they scattered down. The Emperor-level formation had been shattered. Inside the formation, the Master of Spirit Realm, the great saints, and the genius disciples of the spirit race had all been killed. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, you all bullied others. One day, your 10,000 Dragon Court will end up worse than Spirit Realm. The Lord of Spirit Realm cursed at the end. However, it was destroyed by the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Dragon Illumination Master, and the others sneered. Humph, you don't understand the monarch race at all. With the extreme weapons, we will always stand at the peak. That's right. As long as the extreme Dao weapon wasn't destroyed, their emperor clans would be able to remain unmatched overlords for countless years. No one could destroy them. The Tree of Life was also in despair. Its body was shattered, and the entire spirit realm was torn apart. The earth was shattered, and the sky was split open. There were flames of war everywhere, and not a single place was left unscathed. The Tree of Life's power was being devoured by the 10,000 Dragons diagram. The 10,000 Dragons diagram formed a barrier, and the endless divine life elixir merged into it. However, the divine Tree of Life wasn't dead yet. It had lived for too long, and it was a divine tree in the first place. His vitality was too strong. If it wasn't for the extreme Dao weapon, it could really escape. But now it was in despair. The place it had lived in for generations no longer existed, and those people from before were also gone. However, it wanted to take revenge. It stared at a place and used the last of its soul to rush over. In the shattered world, nothing existed. A sea of blood filled the sky, but there was a black jar. It was extremely inconspicuous, but it was completely preserved. This was the heaven-swallowing jar. After Lin Xian entered, he sealed everything. There was no other way. He wanted to investigate, but his soul gaze was shattered as soon as it appeared. He didn't want to investigate anymore. However, at this moment, a voice passed through the vortex and directly entered. Kid, I know it was you who used your gaze to investigate the core area. Spirit Realm is now destroyed. I will also disappear soon, but I am not willing. Promise me that in the future, kill the 10,000 Dragon Court and avenge Spirit Realm. I will give you a great fortune. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. This was the soul of the Tree of Life. Had the battle outside already ended? Needless to say, once an extreme Dao weapon appeared, Spirit Realm couldn't resist at all. He used his soul to reply, Senior, I only want the sacred fruit of life. As for the 10,000 Dragon Court, I will definitely take action in the future. Without the Tree of Life, only one of Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince could stand at the peak. Then he, the Dragon Prince, and the 10,000 Dragon Court would definitely fight. Besides, Lin Xian had promised the Crimson Dragon that he would kill the Dragon Prince. Young man, I believe you. The soul of the Tree of Life remembered. How could he not believe it? Lin Xian's strength was at the top of the young geniuses, and this black jar was clearly an extreme Dao weapon. That was why he said, Everyone knows that I am the core of Spirit Realm. They don't know that I am not the true core. The core is the divine spring of life. The divine spring of life has existed for countless years. Not only did it create me, but I also created the immortal divine medicine. Everything we have was created by the divine spring of life. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be those 81 springs? At that time, he felt that the springs were very mysterious. He didn't expect there to be such a secret. The Tree of Life said, Only I and the previous masters of Spirit Realm know the secret. Others don't know. The 10,000 Dragon Court doesn't know either. They will take me away, but I will leave the divine spring of life to you. You must take revenge in the future. Lin Xian said, I swear on my Dao heart that I will take revenge. Then he said, Senior, can you leave behind some branches or remnant souls? I might have a way to bring you back to life. It depends on fate. The Tree of Life's voice disappeared. Lin Xian activated the heaven-swallowing jar with all his strength, and the power of the world surged out, turning into an aurora. It passed through the broken world. He came to the core area. At this moment, the core area was already full of vicissitudes. Not a single place was intact. The 81 springs were no longer there, but Lin Xian could feel that there was still a spirit spring under the ground. That was the true divine spring of life. Lin Xian activated the heaven-swallowing jar with all his strength and sent out a soul voice. "Come with me. I will take revenge for you in the future." The divine spring of life understood. It turned into a waterfall and flew over, instantly entering the heaven-swallowing jar. Chapter 49:55. He got it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He originally wanted to ask for the divine fruit of life, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, the divine tree of life in the sky let out its final wail. Lin Xian's face was pale. He knew that the divine tree of life had completely shattered. The divine tree of life had completely withered, and its life force had been stripped away. The withered branches scattered in all directions as if it was raining. Moreover, among the withered trees and leaves that filled the sky, two light figures descended. One of them was a seed. The other was a withered tree trunk with a mysterious rune on it. Lin Xian used the power of the heaven-swallowing jar again. The 4 spirit veins in the sword world couldn't take it anymore. "Kid, what are you doing?" They felt that their endless power was disappearing. Lin Xian didn't answer. He instantly created a vortex and swallowed the 2 things. Then he tore open the void and flew into the distance. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram shook and suddenly emitted a terrifying extreme Dao aura. The owner of the dragon reflection was confused. What was going on? He looked carefully. However, he found that there was chaos there. There seemed to be nothing there. "Lord, 10,000 dragons diagram, what happened?" The 3 peak great sages were incomparably respectful. A puzzled voice came from the 10,000 dragons diagram. "I seem to have sensed a few other auras." As he spoke, he released the extreme Dao dragon again and tore open the void to chase after them. After Lin Xian left the spirit realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he felt his hair stand on end. There was the aura of a dragon, and it was the might of the extreme Dao. Was the 10,000 dragons diagram here? He didn't expect the 10,000 dragons diagram to discover him. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he brought the heaven-swallowing jar into the sword world. In the next moment, all of his aura disappeared. Several dragon shadows circled in the sky, and the endless Wuji mountain range shattered. The entire mountain range was torn apart, and all the beasts inside disappeared into thin air. The people of the Pulsatilla race were facing a great enemy. The Pulsatilla race's ancestor, the Pulsatilla Immortal Elder, also vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. "Greetings, Lord Extreme Dao. I am willing to submit to the 10,000 Dragons dynasty." He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The dragon's shadow in the sky didn't pay any attention to it at all. After circling around and finding nothing, it disappeared. After a few streams of dragon chi returned. Only then did the myriad dragons diagram dispel its doubts. He began to envelop the entire spirit domain. When he discovered that no one was still alive, the light disappeared and returned to Ancestor Long and the rest. "Let's go." Forefather Long and the others sneered. Now that spirit realm was destroyed, they had obtained the power of the divine tree of life. The dragon prince's injuries would soon be healed. They left. After a long time, some demonic beasts in the mountain range stood up and gazed into the distance. They saw a broken space in the distant void. It was surrounded by a sea of blood and murderous aura. What was that place? Some people were terrified. Xian Wing stood up and took a look. His scalp went numb. Spirit realm was destroyed. The news quickly spread. At the same time, countless experts from all directions came to investigate. These were the clans of the ancients, the great sects, and even the monarch clans. It was the aura of an extreme weapon. It seemed that the 10,000 dragons diagram had attacked Spirit Realm. Had the 10,000 dragons, Imperial Court, gone mad? Why would they attack Spirit Realm? Some of the clans and sects frowned. They had a close relationship with Spirit Realm and were even allies. Now that Spirit Realm was destroyed, they were very nervous. Would the 10,000 dragons court attack them? The people of the Kunping clan also came. They frowned. It seemed that the Dragon Prince's injuries could not be delayed. The 10,000 dragons court must have gone crazy, so they started this war. Let's go back and report to the Kunping Z. The Dragon Prince will recover soon. In an instant, the news spread everywhere. Everyone in the continent knew about it. Even the other continents were in an uproar. After all, the power of an extreme weapon was too terrifying. Fortunately, it was only targeted at Spirit Realm. Moreover, Spirit Realm had an Emperor-level array that blocked a portion of the power. Otherwise, not only would Spirit Realm have been destroyed, the Brilliance continent would have been pierced through. Some of the powerful clans of the ancients kept a low profile. They had no choice. They had not seen the power of an extreme weapon for many years. They had thought that after recuperating, they would be able to fight against the monarch clans. But now they realized that they were too naive. After provoking a monarch clan, no one could block an extreme weapon. In the vast mountains, there was an ancient demon mountain. The void cracked open, and a white-robed figure appeared behind him, followed by 30 figures. After these people came out, they cried to the sky. They were Yen Ryu and the 30 experts of Spirit Realm that he had saved. What was going on? A few fearsome, greater demons walked over. Their auras were incomparably terrifying, and they were very old. They looked at these people and frowned. Yen Ryu said that Spirit Realm was destroyed. I only brought back 30 people and 100 stalks of spirit herbs. Sigh. The monsters sighed. They were the descendants of the Azure Emperor's followers and served the Azure Emperor's descendants. At this moment, they also shook their heads. Even Emperor Qing's array back then could not block it. Young master, do they know your identity? Yen Ryu shook his head. I used my extreme aura to cover my face. They don't know who I am. But it's better to close the mountain gate for now. Let them settle down. This is Spirit Realm's last hope. The monsters started to move. On the other side, in the vast void, a dragon boat was flying quickly. It was Black Earth. A beautiful figure was sitting there. It was Xueqi. She was controlling Black Earth, while Lin Xian entered Sword World. The power in Sword World was much less than before, and the 4 spirit veins were very dissatisfied. However, Lin Xian did not have time to care about these 4 people. He looked around. Now that he had the divine spring of life, where to put it was very important. He had thought of putting it in the 4 Spirit Valley, but he quickly rejected that idea. The 4 Spirit Valley was just a place that he casually opened for experiments. It was not a very important place in Sword World. Therefore, it was too wasteful to put it in the divine spring of life. Every world had a core, and there were even some extreme grade spirit veins and dragon veins where they intersected. True Spirit World was like that, Buried Emperor Star was like that, and even this mysterious Sword World was like that. However, Sword World was mysterious and vast, and Lin Xian could only walk a limited area. That was why he could not find the core. However, he still came back after circling around. He looked at the withered tree in front of him. Back then, Lord Alcohol had drunk under the tree. Furthermore, Sword World was already so desolate and withered that nothing could grow anymore. It was reasonable for this tree to wither, but it did not die. It was shocking. Lin Xian took out the divine spring of life and placed it beside the withered tree. In the future, you can stay here. The divine spring of life seemed to understand and directly merged with the ground. In the next moment, it began to spread out, forming 6 spring eyes. At the same time, the ground shook. Even the withered tree seemed to flicker for a moment. However, it quickly disappeared. Lin Xian thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He took a deep breath. Perhaps the holy spring could bring the tree back to life. Chapter 49:56. The 4 spirit veins in the distance started to roar frantically when they sensed the power of the divine spring. Kid, what is that? Why do I feel such a strong life force? Kid, that must be a divine spring. Hurry up and put it beside us. All 4 of their eyes were red. Lin Xian smiled as he looked into the distance. The 4 of you are really obedient. Stay here and perform well. In the future, I will put a spring in your valley. The 4 spirit veins were so excited that they were about to cry. Kid, don't worry. Take care of the spirit herbs in the valley for us. He would guarantee that all of them would grow into divine herbs. They were extremely excited. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out 2 more items. One was a seed, and the other was a withered tree. These were the 2 items left behind by the sacred tree of life. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before placing the seed in one of the 6 springs. He would let it grow once again. As for the withered tree, there were mysterious runes on it. Lin Xian put it away. He was prepared to give it to the North Demon. The bloodline of the North Demon could condense and form a divine tree. Perhaps the withered tree could increase the North Demon's strength. Perhaps it could even merge with the image of the divine tree. Then there might be some miraculous changes. At this thought, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to return to the Tao sect. After returning, he prepared to return. He already had the sacred life spring in the quintessential world. He could go back and extend Xiajuo's life. After Lin Xian came out, he started cultivating with Xueqi again. After returning to the Holy Abyss City, Xueqi left. She also had her own opportunities to search for. Lin Xian didn't try to keep her. He believed that they would meet again in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian returned to the Tao sect. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tao sect was completely different from before. Previously, the Tao sect's atmosphere had been extremely gloomy. Now there was laughter everywhere. Even the people from the Dragon Palace who had been in seclusion had come out to act arrogantly. The Divine Union and the Dragon Palace had clashed again. A few battles had even broken out between the 2 sides, causing both sides to suffer losses. The Saber Sword Alliance was like a dream, gnashing their teeth and preparing to counterattack. However, Lin Xian returned. That's great. Brat, you're back. The Crimson Dragon and the others were overjoyed. Let's go and destroy the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian had told him to come back first. He had something important to tell the people of the Divine Union to hurry back. What's wrong, kid? Crimson Dragon, they asked. The Toad also said that the Dragon Palace had been too arrogant recently. Bai Susu frowned. Where have you been? Do you know that the 10,000 dragons diagram has been revived? Lin Xian gathered the core members of the Divine Union as he looked at them. Of course I know. I even saw it with my own eyes. What? Fu Hongye and the others exclaimed. Senior uncle, you went to Spirit Realm? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt, but the Spirit Realm had been completely destroyed. It wouldn't take long for the Dragon Prince to recover from his injuries. He could even go 1 level higher. This was also the reason why the Dragon Palace had chased them out. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon roared. Even this couldn't kill the Dragon Prince? Lin Xian said that if we want to kill him, we have to rely on our own strength. Get ready. I'm going back to Quintessential World soon. Who wants to go with me? I want to go back. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. What's going on? Bai Susu was happy. I'll go too. He had heard of Quintessential World long ago. It was the origin star, the place where everything started. It was as mysterious as the buried Emperor Star. He hadn't been there yet. We'll go too. Hong Yi and the others nodded as well. Lin Xian agreed. Then he went to look for the North Demon. I'll give you something. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a piece of deadwood. The North Demon's pupils shrank when he saw it. He could feel the powerful aura of the deadwood, as well as the killing intent and despair. Lin Xian said, This was left behind by the spirit realm's tree of life. I'll give it to you and see if it can increase your strength, or merge with the heavenly tree behind you. I won't thank you. This time I'll go back with you. No, you can sit here and go into seclusion. If anything happens, you're the only one who can contact Black Mountain. However, the North Demon still wanted to say something. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll bring your sister over. All right. The North Demon nodded and sat there. The others, such as the Crimson Dragon, Toad, Bai Susu, Lu Yuan, and the others were ready to go. Other than these people, there were some who had just joined in the past few years, such as No Flower. There were also people from Peerless City, such as Gao Jianfei, Lengao Juan, Shangguan Shaoxian, and even Li Hongxiu. These people were originally from all over the world. It was Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan who used the power of the Divine Union to summon them. In the end, these people were all gathered. Fu Hongye said that other than eldest senior brother, there was also master. Otherwise, the people of Peerless City could all gather together. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Indeed, the whereabouts of his master, the Peerless Sacred King, was still unknown. Other than that, there was also Linghu Chueshue. However, he believed that the two of them were blessed by the heavens and would meet sooner or later. Other than these people, there were 50 other experts from the Divine Union who were ready to follow. After all, this was just a return trip and there wasn't much danger. Everyone wanted to experience it. All right, Lin Xian nodded. They would set off in 10 days. Everyone went to make preparations while he started to cultivate in seclusion. He entered the awakened sword world and sat in the mouth of a spring. In an instant, he felt a strong vitality circling his body. The speed of his recovery would probably shock everyone. Even the Emperor's son would be dumbfounded. After all, the sacred spring of life was an existence that had created the immortal sacred medicine and the sacred tree of life. Lin Xian felt that if he fought in the future, he would be able to recover instantly no matter how serious his injuries were. Furthermore, the sacred spring of life could greatly improve his immortality art. It would increase his cultivation speed. The current Lin Xian wouldn't die unless he was killed in a single move. Of course, he didn't dare be careless. After all, there were still things in this world that could kill him instantly. For example, Emperor-grade array formations and extreme-grade weapons. Even a peak great sage could do it. After all, those people had to take him by surprise. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use his extreme-grade weapon or great dragon sword soul before he died. Of course, given Lin Xian's vigilance and carefulness, such a thing shouldn't happen. 10 days passed quickly, and the group of people gathered together. About 70 people were ready to set off. They immediately used the super transportation array. Now that they were a very powerful force in the Tao, they naturally had the right to use it. The array flickered and the light disappeared. The group of people also disappeared. They felt as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Chapter 4957. In the Vast Mountains. Bai Susu and the rest looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Lin Xian said, "Xiantian Pavilion." Lin Xian came here to repay Xiantian Pavilion for saving his life. Also, he needed to meet the pavilion master of Xiantian Pavilion. He was Xiang Tian. This person had a close relationship with Xia Jiao. Hence, he didn't know if Xiang Tian wanted to return this time. Let's go. The group retracted their auras and descended. After flying for about 5 days, they finally saw a mountain gate in front of them. That was Xiantian Pavilion. "Stop, who are you?" The Xiantian Pavilion's formation was activated. The guards stood in the formation and shouted. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian and the rest stopped and said, "It's me." "Who are you?" The guards obviously didn't know Lin Xian. "Newbies?" Lin Xian sighed. He looked behind him. "You guys have been here for a long time. Go on." At this moment, Shangguan Shaoxian, Gao Jianli, and the rest walked out. It's us, we're back. The guards looked carefully and then exclaimed, It's you guys. They didn't expect these people to come back. Great, come in. They opened the formation and let Lin Xian and the rest in. Then they quickly closed it. Shangguan Shaoxian asked, Why are you guys so nervous? It's good that you guys are back. The situation in Xiantian Pavilion hasn't been good recently. Come, I'll bring you guys in. The guards brought Lin Xian and the rest into Xiantian Pavilion. The atmosphere in Xiantian Pavilion was very strange. The guards had already informed Jian Wuk and the other elders. They also hurried out and looked at Shangguan Shaoxian, Fu Hongya, and Lin Xian in shock. You guys are finally back. Especially when they saw Lin Xian, they heaved a sigh of relief. Great, little guy. Lin Xian smiled. Greetings, seniors. What happened? The Golden Body elder sighed. It was hard to explain. In this area, Milky Way Sect, Freezing Rain Palace, and Zhan Wang Feng all worked together to suppress Xiantian Pavilion. We had to seal the mountain gate. We suffered heavy losses during this period. Some minds and spirit veins were taken away by them. Even the disciples and elders who went out were injured and many were killed. Shangguan Shaoxian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned ghastly pale. Why did they work together? These people deserve to die. Lin Xian's face darkened. Xiantian Pavilion had done him a favor, and he knew how to repay it. He asked, what was going on with Senior? They are people from Sixth Sect and Misty. The two of them are secretly supporting each other and integrating the other 3 forces to suppress our profound heaven pavilion. If it's not Lord is, Xiantian pavilions would have been destroyed. Since you're here, hurry up and leave. This place is a dangerous place. Lin Xian said, Senior Wu Shuang, I am indebted to all of you. Moreover, whether it is the Misty Peak or the Sixth Dao School, it is all because of me. This Lin, they wanted to capture Pavilion to me. I can't just ignore this matter. Don't worry, I'll make them pay. The Golden Body elder shook his head and sighed. So many of us can't do anything. Can Lin Xian do anything? Although you're a genius, you're still too young. Lin Xian said, It's okay. I brought a lot of people with me this time. It's not a problem. He was facing the remote antiquity families and even the monarch families directly. Therefore, he didn't care about these forces. Elder Zhang, this is bad. At this moment, a warrior flew in with a letter of challenge in his hand. His face was pale. After he arrived, he told the elders that the situation was not good. The Ice and Snow Palace had sent over a letter of challenge. Jian Wushuang took it, glanced at it, and threw it on the ground. This is too much. The Golden Body elder's face darkened after reading it. Lin Xian took it and glanced at it. He frowned. The letter of challenge said that the 3 spirit veins, 1 dragon vein, and 1 or vein that originally belonged to Xiantian Pavilion were now occupied by the Ice Palace. They said that if they wanted to get it back, they had to fight a fair battle. They even invited all the families and sects in the area to watch the battle. Obviously, they didn't just want more resources. They also wanted to slap Xiantian Pavilion in the face. They wanted to topple Xiantian Pavilion from their position as the overlord of the area. If they lost this battle, Xiantian Pavilion's momentum would drop to a freezing point. They might not be able to make a comeback. When that happened, the 3 overlords would swallow Xiantian Pavilion. Fight them. Some of the Xiantian Pavilion's geniuses walked over and gritted their teeth. Jian Wushuang, the Golden Body elder, and the others also had ugly expressions. I'll gather all my forces. We can't lose this battle. Lin Xian said, It seems that there are still 5 days before the battle begins. Let's do it. You? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The people from Xiantian Pavilion also looked over. They were all puzzled. Bai Susu said, It's a small matter. Leave it to us. That's right. Nailin Yang and the others also nodded. These people actually dared to attack our boss's benefactor. They're courting death. We'll make them pay a painful price. The Golden Body Elder and Jian Wuk were stunned. Where did this group of youngsters get their confidence from? Could it be that they were all top experts? Especially the geniuses from Xiantian Pavilion, they were even more puzzled. They were all top geniuses, but they couldn't handle it at all. Lin Xian said, "Seniors, don't you believe in my strength?" The Golden Body Elder asked, "Kid, tell me, what realm are you at now? Can you fight against a peak Saint King?" In their opinion, no matter how talented Lin Xian and the others were, they were only at this level. However, Lin Xian laughed. The Toad said, "Peak Saint King? Old man, let's make a bold guess. We don't even care about great saints. If he comes, we'll kill him with a slap." Nalin Liang also said, "No problem. Not to mention one great saint. Even if a few great saints come, we'll make sure they don't return." They were right. With such a strong lineup, they really weren't afraid. The people from Xiantian Pavilion were stunned. Wuk and the other elders also frowned. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem real. Lin Xian said, "Leave it to us. The seniors are tired." Originally, he wanted to meet Xiang Tian first. But now, it seemed that he had to resolve the crisis of Xiantian Pavilion first. 5 days passed quickly. Purple Caltrip Lake. This was a very famous lake in this area. At this moment, there were many people around Purple Caltrip Lake, because this was the time for the battle between the 4 giants. Everyone in the area already knew that Xiantian Pavilion was finished. After this battle, there would probably be no more Xiantian Pavilion. In the future, there would only be 3 overlords, and the other families could also divide it. It was even possible that a new overlord would be born from these families. So, for this battle, people from the nearby families and sects all came. Chapter 4958. The most famous ones were the 3 forces: Long River Sect, Ice Palace, and War King Peak. The 3 forces had already joined forces with Misty Peak and 6 Dao Gate behind them. They weren't afraid of anything. As long as they could swallow Xiantian Pavilion, their strength would increase tremendously. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel excited. The 3 forces were ready, waiting for the people from Xiantian Pavilion to arrive. Why aren't they here yet? Are they afraid? The people from Long River Sect frowned. The people from Ice Palace sneered. It's useless to be afraid. If they don't come, we'll kill them. When the time comes, we'll destroy Xiantian Pavilion. The 3 forces were high and mighty, like supreme overlords. On the other side of the lake were the other families and sections. When they heard this, they sucked in a cold breath. It seemed that Xiantian Pavilion was really unlucky. When noon came, the people from Spiritual State and War Chariots finally flew over. They're here. Everyone looked up at the sky. The 3 overlords sneered. Are they here to die? The people from Xiantian Pavilion had indeed come. They stood on the war chariots in the sky and looked down at the people below, frowning. The Golden Body Elder said coldly, "Damn it, are they trying to embarrass us? They actually invited all the families and sects in this area. We can't lose this battle." Jian Wuk clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But did they really have a chance to win? Although Xiantian Pavilion was powerful, the other 3 forces weren't any weaker than them. Lin Xian looked down and said loudly, "Don't worry, they'll regret it this time." Toad and the others also said that. "Is this all? It's not enough. Even if they double, we can still win easily." The people from Xiantian Pavilion were already numb to the words of Toad and the others. In their opinion, it might be Lin Xian and the others who were enlightening them. But no matter what, they were still grateful. Lin Xian came to help at the crucial moment. "You're finally here." The people in the river stood up, their eyes shining with a terrifying light. They landed. Jian Wuk and the others landed and walked over with large strides. "We are here to accept the challenge." "Ha ha, Brother Xiantian. Today is your last day of existence. From today onwards, there will be no more Brother Xiantian in this world." In the distance, Boss Zhang in the Long River laughed. "Tell me, How do you want to compete? Jen Wuck walked out and gritted his teeth. A woman from the Ice and Snow Palace sneered. Were they in such a hurry to die? All right, it's very simple. Your Profound Heaven Pavilion will take turns to compete with our 3 great sects, and the winner will be 2 out of 3. As long as you can win, 2 of our 3 great sects will be considered your victory. We won't do anything to you again. Damn it, they had gone too far. The other party had a compassionate look on his face, but the conditions were too harsh. How could the Xiantian Pavilion withstand the combined might of the 3 great sects? Going too far? An expert from the Battle King Peak also walked over. The Sword Elder was no longer the same as before. We've already been very courteous to you. If we go too far, we'll lead our army and kill our way to your Profound Heaven Pavilion. At that time, your Profound Heaven Pavilion will disappear. We have been very merciful in that case. These people were really arrogant. Bai Susu and the others frowned. Shangguan Shaoxian, Fu Hongya, and the others were also gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian's face darkened. He walked out and said, "Since we're going to fight, let's make it big." "Who are you?" Many people stared at Lin Xian with their brows tightly knitted together. Lin Xian ignored them and said, "How about this? The Profound Heaven Pavilion and the 3 great sects will fight 10 times each. If we lose one battle, the Profound Heaven Pavilion will admit defeat." The moment he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. The people from the 3 great sects were shocked. Was this kid tired of living? Too slow? Jian Wuck and the others were also in an uproar. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, seniors, we won't lose." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was a look of confidence. All right. Jian Wuck and the others nodded. They had no choice, whether it was Lin Xian's idea or the other party's rules. Their chances of winning were slim. Since that was the case, they might as well fight it out. The great elder in the long river laughed coldly. "Jian Wuck, has the Profound Heaven Pavilion fallen to such a state? You actually let a young man be so arrogant. Do you think this is possible? Don't play any tricks. Hurry up and fight." The people of the Ice and Snow Hall also furrowed their brows. Jian Wuck said, "Lin Gongzi's words are the same as the Profound Heaven Pavilion's. All right. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish." The experts from the War King Peak snorted coldly. The 3 sects discussed and felt that the other party was in despair because he knew he was going to die. They would not give him a chance. They quickly selected 10 people from their side. Lin Xian said, 10 battles, regardless of life or death. No objections, right? Of course not. The great elder of the Long River sect snorted coldly. They would definitely kill him. The 2 sides fought on the Ziling Lake. The other sects also walked up and started discussing. They all felt that the Profound Heaven Pavilion was going to die. The people from the Profound Heaven Pavilion also had expressions of despair. Was Lin Xian really here to help them? Why did it feel like he was trying to harm them? Lin Xian looked at Jian Wuck. Jian Wuck said, "The people I brought with me will fight in the next round. Just watch." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the people from the Divine Union. "I owe the Profound Heaven Pavilion a debt of gratitude. Now that the 3 great sects want to destroy the Profound Heaven Pavilion, you don't have to hold back when you fight. Boss, don't worry. We can kill such trash in one move." The people from the Divine Union laughed. They did not have people like Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince in the Dao sect. However, those who could enter the Dao sect were not weak. Not to mention, they could enter the Divine Gate Union. It could be said that these people were much stronger than the young geniuses of the 3 great sections. They were from 2 different worlds. Bai Susu and the other core members did not even bother to fight. "Come on, I can't wait to send you all to hell." The people on the other side of the river stepped forward first. The 10 young geniuses stood on the opposite side of the lake. One of them moved and appeared on the surface of the lake. The surrounding spiritual lake bloomed, and a boundless radiance turned into 9 huge dragons that roared between heaven and earth. Not good. The faces of the people watching from afar changed. The river was originally filled with water-type nomological laws. Now that they were fighting on the Zeeling Lake, they had a huge advantage. The profound heaven pavilion had no chance of turning the tables this time. Chapter 49:59. The people from the Ice Palace sneered. They believed that even the mysterious sky pavilion couldn't gather 30 geniuses. Previously, they had ambushed and assassinated the mysterious sky pavilion. Many of their geniuses were now seriously injured and weren't a match for them. As for that arrogant young man, they didn't even think much of him. How strong could a young man be? Could he really overturn the heavens? Up ahead, the man in the long river stood above the purple spiritual lake and sneered. On Lin Xian's side, a disciple from the divine union walked over. This person had short hair and was carrying a battle blade on his back. His expression was ice cold, and he looked ordinary. However, there was no fear on his face. His figure flashed, and he arrived above the purple spiritual lake. Opposite him, the genius in the long river sneered. "My name is Jinyu. Tell me your name." The short-haired man shook his head. "I don't need to know your name. You don't have the right to know my name either. Come on, it's a matter of one move." Zhen Yu's face darkened. This guy was too arrogant. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Even the people from the mysterious sky pavilion were stunned. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who didn't seem to care. Why did the people he had brought with him have the same expression? Could these people really have some kind of trump card? The people in the long river all laughed. A few geniuses crossed their arms and snorted coldly. How dare this guy look down on Jinyu? He was too reckless. He had already angered Jinyu. Once Jinyu used his Lotus Lake Divine Sword, this guy wouldn't be able to withstand more than 3 moves. Zhen Yu's face darkened. He pulled out a purple sword and said coldly, "No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. In that case, I'll show you my ultimate technique, the continuous call divine sword." When this sword was slashed out, countless lakes surged and turned into terrifying sword shadows. The faces of the people watching the battle from afar changed. It was said that this sword had killed 3 geniuses of the same level. It was extremely terrifying. The people from the mysterious sky pavilion closed their eyes. They couldn't watch anymore. The short-haired man looked at the sword shadows that covered the sky expressionlessly. When the sword shadows neared him, he pulled out the battle blade on his back. He slashed out with his blade. Boom! Boom! A resplendent radiance turned into the only thing in the world. At this moment, everyone was so dazzled that they couldn't open their eyes. They could only hear a loud, rumbling sound. After a long time, they opened their eyes. The short-haired youth turned around, sheathed his saber, and left. Was the battle over? They looked carefully. The sneer on Zhen Yu's face turned into terror. His body was split in half, and his blood dyed the purple spirit lake red. He was dead. Countless people cried out in surprise. He had been killed in one strike. The person in the river suddenly stood up. The geniuses were dumbstruck, and the elders' faces were gloomy. What's going on? They looked at each other. Did you see that saber strike clearly? Which sex absolute art was it? An elder shook his head. He didn't know and didn't pay attention. That blade was too fast, like lightning. Damn, that short-haired youth was actually an expert. This was definitely not the martial arts of the profound Heaven Pavilion. Back at the Ice Palace, the people from the Battle King Peak were also frowning. They didn't expect that the profound Sky Pavilion would actually ask for help. The people from the Xiantian Pavilion were also stunned. Looking at the short-haired man walking back, those young geniuses were shocked. The elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. He had killed Jinyu with one strike. The other party had really done it. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually bring back an expert. This was a peerless bladesman. However, Jian still frowned. Even so, there were still too many geniuses from the three great sections. Winning one round was nothing. Toad smiled. Old man, don't worry. This is just the most ordinary person in the Divine Union. If the others went up, they would definitely not be weaker than him. Jian and the others from the Xiantian pavilion were shocked as they looked at the short-haired youth. This was the most ordinary person. What kind of joke was this? This short-haired youth would definitely be furious. However, the short-haired youth just smiled. Boss Toad is right. I am indeed very ordinary. The golden body elder, Jian and the others couldn't stand properly. They were about to fall. This was called ordinary? Heavens, who exactly were these people? The people from the three great sects were also discussing this. They quickly came to a conclusion. Perhaps the other party just wanted to send an exceptional bladesman to intimidate them in the first round. However, the other party definitely didn't have any geniuses left. In the next 9 rounds, the Long River would definitely not lose again. Don't be careless. Do you hear me? The great elder in the Long River said. The other 9 geniuses also had grave expressions. Great elder, don't worry. We will let them know what despair is. The second genius walked up. He held a treasure bottle in his hand. It was also a water-type nomological item. Who dares to fight with me? The youth in the Long River shouted coldly. He had a head of golden hair and emitted a mysterious aura. Let me do it. Another figure walked out from the Divine Union. This person had blue hair and was very handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked very confident. His appearance attracted the attention of many female martial artists in the audience. He was so handsome. However, the male cultivators sneered. What was the use of being handsome? He would go to hell sooner or later. I am Lung Fei, the disciple of the Long River's third elder, Lung Fei. Prepare to die. The green precious bottle blossomed with terrifying radiance, releasing exceptional radiance. Clear river sky seal? Countless people exclaimed in admiration. They did not expect Lung Fei's talent to be so high that he was able to learn such an ultimate skill. The great elder in the Long River laughed heartily. A gray-haired old man looked very pleased. This was his disciple. Just wait and see. His disciple was going to shine in this round. Damn it. The people from the mysterious sky pavilion became nervous again. It was obvious that the Long River was ready to kill. He had used a technique right from the start. Whoa! The terrifying green radiance shattered the void in front of him and completely enveloped the blue-haired man. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Lung Fei laughed heartily. Just as he was about to turn around, a figure appeared behind him. Too weak. Your movements are too slow. You are full of loopholes. How is this possible? Lung Fei's hair stood on end. When did the other party appear behind him? He was about to turn around when his head was chopped off. Then his body was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Snow and rain danced in the air. Wherever the blue-haired man passed, everything retreated, forming a space zone. He returned without a speck of dust on him. When he returned, he said, "Boss, I did not challenge you. You are too weak. I want to make a move on his elder." Lin Xian smiled. There would be a chance. The blue-haired man returned to the team. The people from the mysterious sky pavilion opened their eyes wide. Elder Jian and the others were dumbfounded. Was it another instant kill? What was going on? The people on the other side of the Long River went crazy. The third elder's smug smile disappeared. He roared in exasperation. "Who are you? How dare you kill my disciple?" Chapter 4960. Why, are you not convinced? Lin Xian said coldly. The great elder in the river stood up and shouted angrily. He was not from the Xiantian pavilion. You guys are despicable. The Crimson Dragon was also furious. We are despicable. The 3 sects teamed up to deal with us. Aren't you despicable? Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? If you are not convinced, come and fight me. Ben Huang can kill you with one slap. You. The great elder was so angry that he vomited blood. Jian Wuk walked over and said, "The rules were agreed upon by both sides. Are you going back on your words now?" He could see that the group of people that Lin Xian had brought back were not ordinary. They might be heaven-defying geniuses. Hence, they saw hope. "Damn it," the great elder shouted. Then he said, "The competition will continue. I don't believe that all of them are so powerful." The competition continued. Soon they were in despair. After the second battle, the third, fourth, and even the 10th battle were all one-hit kills. Every single person from the Divine Union could easily kill the people in the river. The 10 battles ended. The purple spirit lake had already been dyed into a sea of blood. The great elder in the river looked ferocious. His heart was bleeding. They had prepared the 10 geniuses carefully. They wanted to make a name for themselves. Now they were all dead. "Damn it, I want you dead." The third elder rushed over in an instant. He stretched out his hand. It was like the palm of a demon god, covering the sky. "You dare!" The golden body elder shouted angrily and punched out. His fist and the opponent's palm collided. Countless claps of thunder sounded in the sky. The golden body elder and the third elder both took a step back, their blood boiling. The crimson dragon walked over and shouted coldly, "I have given you face. You really dare to come over?" He waved his dragon claw like a god descending to the mortal world. The third elder was enveloped by his attack. The third elder shouted angrily, "How dare a mere snake fight with me?" He wanted to fight back. However, when the attack came, he was frightened. His body was torn apart and his soul was shattered. He was dead. An elder was killed with a single palm strike. Countless people were stunned. When the golden body elder looked at the dark red divine dragon, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with his all-out attack, he could only fight to a draw with his opponent. But now, with a light wave of his opponent's claw, he could destroy the heavens and earth. These people were too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The great elder was also roaring crazily. Damn it, those elders were gnashing their teeth. However, he didn't dare to act rashly because his opponent's origins were too mysterious. Back in the Ice and Snow Palace, those from the Battle King Peak had a drastic change in expression. They knew that this battle could no longer continue. They called back the 10 geniuses, one after another. The Xiantian Pavilion was too strange. If they fought again in the future, these people wanted to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a stomp of his foot, the surrounding area collapsed. Countless arrays flickered, enveloping the entire space. "You want to leave now?" It was too late. The competition continued. When these people joined forces to heavily injure Xiantian Pavilion and suppress Xiantian Pavilion, did they not think of stopping? Now that you can't win, you want to leave. There was no such thing in the world. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Do you dare to stop us? The expert from the Battle King Peak roared and punched the sky. This punch was like a god of war. The array didn't shake at all and didn't have any effect at all. How could this be? The expert from the Battle King Peak was dumbfounded. What kind of array was this? The people from the Ice and Snow Palace and Long River also attacked, but they were all stopped. Damn it. If you don't let us go, we'll destroy you. The 3 sects discussed and joined forces to kill the people from the Xiantian Pavilion. Countless people retreated in fear. They had originally come to watch the battle, but the situation was completely out of their expectations. At this moment, they were all hiding far away. What? You don't want to follow the rules? Since you're courting death, don't blame us. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the people from the Divine Union walked out. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The battle erupted in an instant. The people from the Xiantian Pavilion shouted angrily. They were unafraid of death. They had thought that this would be an intense battle. Who would have thought that they wouldn't even need to do anything? The people from the divine union were like wolves in a flock of sheep, sweeping everything in their path. On the side of the three sects, people fell one after another. Soon, there weren't many young disciples left. So powerful, the people from the Xiantian pavilion exclaimed. The faces of the people from the three sects also changed. What kind of power was this? They stared at these people. When they saw Lin Xian, their faces were filled with doubt. They carefully recalled what had happened and gasped. It's you. Aren't you that brat? They recognized Lin Xian. Back then, Lin Xian had fought with the geniuses of the three sections. However, after a long time he hadn't appeared. Therefore, they couldn't recognize him now. However, after carefully recalling, they still understood. Where had he found these experts? Everyone stopped. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Three figures walked over from afar. When they joined forces, the sky and earth froze. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. A great sage. They hadn't expected a great sage to come. Old ancestor, please avenge us. Old ancestor, kill them and tear them to pieces. Search their souls and take their cultivation techniques and abilities. When the people from the three sects saw the three great sages, they cried. Their losses were too great. The young disciples had all fallen. Only the elders were left. Xiantian Pavilion, you guys are too much. How could you use such cruel methods? The great sage in the river strode over. Under his feet, the river surged. Jian Wu's face was grave. He hadn't expected a great sage to come. However, he wasn't afraid. Justice was in everyone's heart. Everyone knew who was despicable. You don't have to pretend here. Let's fight it out. Just you? The great sage in the river sneered. You are extraordinary and can exchange a few moves with a great sage. However, the true strength of a great sage isn't something you can imagine. Moreover, we three great sages are here. Do you think the Xiantian Pavilion doesn't have any great sages? The Golden Body Elder roared. The great sage in the river laughed heartily. The three of us joined forces because we have Misty Peak and Six Dao Gate behind us. Do you think they won't make a move against you? Your great sages have already been stopped by them. Not good. The expressions of Elder Jian Wu and the others changed. If what the other party said was true, then they were in too much danger. The previous battles were all great sage kings. But now, a great sage had appeared. This was completely different. No matter how strong a great sage king was, he couldn't defeat a great sage. Even with Lin Xian's help, it was still impossible. The people watching from afar shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. The Xiantian Pavilion couldn't defeat the three leaders. This was for sure. The three sects had made sufficient preparations. It wasn't easy for the Xiantian Pavilion to last until now. Those below a great sage were all ants. Those people would definitely die. Bai Susu sneered. Were great sages very powerful? She walked over with disdain. Chapter 4961. Those from the Xiantian Pavilion were shocked. Could it be that these people wanted to fight against a great sage? That was too heaven-defying. Those from the Divine Union laughed. Bai Susu was equivalent to their senior sister. Her father was an elder of the True Path sect. Her strength was unfathomable. She was much stronger than them. Lin Xian looked at her and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Susu said, "You're underestimating me. You're not the only one who's improving. My strength has also improved over the years. Today, I'll show you my new ultimate technique." She walked over, facing the great sage in the river fearlessly. Those in the river went crazy. The great sage's face also darkened. Was this little girl courting death? I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. Boom, 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 boom. Those from the Xiantian Pavilion were shocked. They vomited blood and were sent flying. Even the members of the Divine Union had solemn expressions on their faces. Dozens of figures gathered together to form an array formation to resist. However, Baisusu sneered, "You're really short-sighted. Haven't you heard of a top genius who can kill a great sage?" Lanroa palm. She stretched out her hand and waved it. A mysterious palm print appeared. Her palm seemed to have turned into the hand of the fairy of the 9 heavens, passing through everything. The two of them collided. The finger of the great sage in the river shattered instantly. His entire arm disappeared. He screamed and retreated. Countless people were shocked. A great sage couldn't even block a single move from a young man? Who exactly was this young man? The long river great sage's pupils shrank. He knew that he had been careless. The other party was an iron plate. Retreat. He retreated, for incarnations appeared around Baisusu, cutting off the sky. Each incarnation used Lanroa palm. The great sage couldn't block it at all. His body was torn apart. Not good. The elders in the river went crazy. They looked at the other 2 great sages. They asked the 2 old ancestors to help. The Arctic great sage and the War King great sage looked cold. Attack. Although the 2 of them usually disdained to attack a junior, they couldn't do so now. They had to be decisive in this critical moment. An unimaginable power erupted from the ice mountain and enveloped Baisusu. On the other side, a battle sword tore through the 9 heavens, capable of killing gods and devils. With 2 great sages joining the fray, Baisusu was in grave danger. Nailan and the others' faces also changed. Although Baisusu was strong, she did not have the strength to fight against 2 great sages. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He took a step forward and appeared next to Baisusu. Looking at the 2 great sages, he unleashed 2 palm strikes. Mark of the Lion. A double-headed golden lion rushed over and swept across the sky. Everyone looked up at the starry sky at this moment. They felt despair. What kind of power was this? The 2 great sages wanted to flee, but it was already too late. After being enveloped by the golden lion, their souls were destroyed. Was he dead? Blood rained down from the sky. The elders of the ice and snow palace all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The people on the Xiantian pavilion's side were also stunned. Those were 2 great sages, and they were actually killed by Lin Xian with 1 palm. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Great Sage Long, River's broken body healed. He wanted to counterattack, but when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. He said, "Little friend, please stop. We admit defeat." The people of the 3 major sects knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. He was too strong. Although they could not feel the terrifying aura of the other party, they had already experienced his methods. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and laughed coldly. "Now you know how to beg for mercy?" It was too late. No, the people of the 3 major sects raised their heads with despair. Great Sage Long River gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't be too arrogant." He waved his hand and took out a meteor hammer. "I can send you to hell even if I fight with my life on the line. Do you believe it?" "You." Lin Xian laughed coldly. His body swayed, and he used the 6-path fist. His fist swung out, creating 6 worlds, and sent the meteor hammer flying. Half of Great Sage Long River's body shattered again. He was trampled to the ground by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light that enveloped the other party's soul. The great sage's soul burned, emitting black smoke. He screamed crazily, "No, exalted immortal, please spare me." He was no different from an ant in the other party's hands. Amidst his screams and despair, his soul burned and turned into ashes. Lin Xian collected the other party's soul. Then he waved his hand and dealt with them all. The people of the 3 major sects still wanted to escape, but they were all dealt with by the people of the Divine Union. A sea of blood surrounded the 9 heavens. The remaining people all knelt down. "Greetings, young master. From now on, We will respect young master and Xiantian pavilion. Very good. Lin Xian nodded. He did not care about these families and sections. There was nothing to be afraid of. He wanted to continue attacking. He wanted to uproot the 3 major sections. Jian Wuk and the others' minds were blank. They had never expected Lin Xian to be so powerful. The golden body elder frowned. Although they had destroyed them now, the other party's foundation was still there. Moreover, they had the 6 Dao Gate and Misty Peak behind them. They could not be careless. No worries. Lin Xian said, let's go. I will bring you to destroy their mountain gates and let the 3 major sects become history. Jian Wuk and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he quickly said, before that, save our people first. Their great sages were stopped by the people of the 6 Dao Gate and Misty Peak. Lin Xian said, this is simple. Ruse along, Su, bring people to the river and set up a formation. I will go with Elder Wuk to save the other great sages. Jian Wuk was stunned. Just the 2 of us? Lin Xian smiled. That's enough. The 2 of them soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The void beside Lin Xian flickered with light. The 2 of them traveled through space. They disappeared. In the vast mountains, 5 figures stood facing each other. The 3 of them had cold expressions. They were the great sages of Xiantian Pavilion. As for the other 2, one of them had an ethereal aura. He was the great sage of Misty Peak. The other person had a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to tear the world apart. He was the great sage of the 6 Dao Gate. He had a hexagonal mirror in his hand. He had used the mirror to block the 2 great sages. Damn it. 6 Dao Gate, Misty Peak. Don't you think you are too much? This isn't your territory. Leave quickly. A black-robed, great sage of Xiantian Pavilion roared. The great sage of the 6 Dao Gate snorted coldly. What Xiantian Pavilion? You're just SOO. You dare to protect that kid and spoil the plans of the 6 Dao Gate? This time, I will destroy Xiantian Pavilion. The black-robed great sage roared. Damn it. If not for Lord Xiangtian being unable to come out due to some reasons, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Rumor has it that he is very powerful. In reality, it is just a false reputation. If he dares to come out, I will suppress him with one hand. The great sage with the 6 Dao Gate was filled with disdain. The people of Xiantian Pavilion were furious. They would not allow anyone to challenge their pavilion master. Chapter 4962. Kill. The 2 of them charged over. A huge battle erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. After over 100 moves, the 2 great sages from Xiantian Pavilion retreated. They were injured. Damn it! That mirror of his had the power of reincarnation. Damn it! They could fight against him, but that mirror was extremely mysterious. They couldn't fight against the power of reincarnation. The rebirth realm great sage stood out and laughed coldly. Everything was over. Energy exploded from his body as if he was about to use some kind of ultimate technique. The great sages from Xiantian Pavilion were in despair. This time they were doomed. They probably went to see Wuk and the others in the competition grounds. Did the heavens want to destroy Xiantian Pavilion? In the sky, the hexagonal mirror shone with a mysterious light. It was about to unleash a peerless attack. However, a cold laugh rang out. You used the power of reincarnation to such an extent. What a joke. Is your 6 Dao Gate worthy of having the power of reincarnation? Who is it? The great sage's expression changed. Who dares to challenge my 6 Dao Gate? It's me. The voice was still far away, but 2 figures appeared instantly. They tore open the void and stood in the sky. What? The great sages from Xiantian Pavilion were stunned. Is Jian Wuk back? If Wuk is back, does that mean that the others are safe? If that's the case, they can retreat. However, other than Jian Wuk, they didn't see anyone else. They only saw a young man. Who is this young man? They were all stunned. The great sages from Misty Peak and Six Dao Gate were stunned too, especially the great sage from Six Dao Gate. He looked around warily. Stop hiding and come out. Just the two of them. You don't dare to challenge me. Jian Wu's expression was very strange. If it was before, he wouldn't have believed it. After all, he believed in Lin Xian's strength. Hence, he smiled coldly. Lin Xian walked out. No need to look. I was the one who said that your use of reincarnation was too trashy. It's you. The great sage from Six Dao Gate was stunned. Who are you to be so arrogant? Is your senior hiding at the side? Hurry up and tell him to come out. Otherwise, I will slap you to death. Lin Xian didn't say anything and punched out. He was courting death. The great sage of the Six Dao Gate was enraged, but when she felt the punch, her expression changed drastically. Damn it. How could you? He realized that his opponent was actually using the Six Dao fists, which was extremely terrifying. In an instant, his body was pierced through and blood splattered everywhere. The great sages of the ethereal peak were stunned. The great sages of the Xiantian pavilion were equally stunned. Who was this young man? Could he be an extremely terrifying ancestor? Who are you? The great sage of the Six Paths Gate roared madly. Lin Xian coldly snorted and attacked again. The Six Dao fists continued to attack, sweeping through heaven and earth. Damn it! That great sage also used the Six Dao's fist. The two of them competed. Before long, the great sage from the Six Dao's house coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, his fist shattered. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's fist art was even more perfect and powerful than his. It was as if his opponent was the true expert of the Six Dao's Gate, and he was an impostor. How could this be? He had been cultivating for thousands of years, but he had never heard of anyone else who could use the Six Dao fist other than the Six Dao Gate. Damn it. This is too strange. I have to hurry back and report this. I have to let the people of the Six Dao's Gate investigate this matter. How could Lin Xian let him leave? The fearless lion seal was used consecutively, and the great beast of the Six Dao's Gate was smashed into pieces. Not good. The great sage of the ethereal peak was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He hurriedly fled. Lin Xian threw out the great destruction spear. Like a demon god, he attacked forcefully and pierced through the great destruction spear. The heavenly secret god eyes appeared and burned the great sages. In the blink of an eye, 2 great sages had fallen. The 3 great sages of the Xiantian pavilion were stunned. What kind of technique was this? Thank you for your help. May I know who you are? To them, the other party should be an ancestor-level figure. Jian Wu said. Among the supreme elders, he was Lin Xian. Lin Xian. The great sages were stunned. Then their pupils constricted. It's you. How could they forget this name? However, they did not expect him to become so terrifying. Lin Xian said it was because of me that the Xiantian pavilion fell into such a dangerous situation. Therefore, I am here to destroy the 3 great sections. I will make the Xiantian sect the only overlord of this region. Let's go to the Long River. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and soared into the sky. When the 3 great sages heard this, they were shocked. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Xian was strong, the 3 great sects in the Long River had a terrifying foundation. It was not something that 1 or 2 people could shake. They flew forward, wanting to dissuade Lin Xian. However, Jian Wu said, "Great sages, let's just watch." The shock that Lin Gongzi gave us is not limited to this. The 3 great sages sighed. It looked like they could only follow him. If Lin Xian was defeated and was in danger, they would persuade him to return. In the Long River, it was one of the overlords of this region. Outside the sect, there were 81 heavenly rivers circling around. At this moment, Bai Susu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had already arrived near the heavenly rivers. Looking at the surging rivers, they all took a deep breath. After all, they could not let their guard down when attacking a sect. The Crimson Dragon started to set up the formation. He looked at the 81 surging rivers and laughed. Humph, spirit gathering formation. The long river is really courting death. Those rivers gathered the spirit veins of the earth. It could be said that the long river had become a holy land for cultivation. However, it was also because of this that the Crimson Dragon sneered. He only needed to make a slight change, and he could forcefully take away these powers. When the time came, they would give it to Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's trump card, they might not need to do anything to attack the Long River. Indeed, that was what Lin Xian thought as well. By the time he arrived, the array formation of the dark red divine dragon was already half set up. Lin Xian took action. The two of them worked together and were even faster. Finally, it was done. Patriarch, you're here. The Golden Body Elder and the others from the Xiantian Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the three great sages return safely. Then they said, Lin Gongzi is going to attack the Long River. Should we mobilize more experts? The three great sages nodded. Indeed, the Xiantian Pavilion would probably have to go all out to attack the Long River. Therefore, they were prepared to mobilize the forces in the sect. However, Lin Xian said no need. I can do it alone. One person? The three great sages were stunned. One person attacking an entire sect? Even if there were formations around, what could they do? As great sages, they could naturally tell. Once this formation was activated, it would seize the power of heaven and earth in the Long River. But what could this power do? This was only for cultivation. It would not be useful in battle. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. These people would know soon. Chapter 4963. At the same time, the people in the river also reacted. There were guards guarding the 81 rivers. They saw many people flashing in the distance. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly reported. The people in the river were shocked. Someone dared to behave atrociously outside their territory. Was he trying to destroy their sect? He was courting death. Who was it? Send him to hell. The 5 elders led the experts in the Long River and came over in a chain. They stood on the 81st river and shouted coldly. Who dared to behave atrociously in our territory? Not good, we were discovered. Jian Wuk and the others were shocked. The 3 great sages also frowned. It was you. The people on the other side frowned when they saw Jian Wuk and the others. Why were you still alive? Wasn't today the day of the final battle? With their combined strength, these people should have died. Could it be that an accident happened? Just as they were puzzled, a figure walked out. Lin Xian rose into the air. The great dragon sword soul surged in his body, and a dragon shadow appeared in front of him. An extremely terrifying killing intent swept through the surroundings. Who are you? Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people in the river changed. From today onwards, the people in the river would become history. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and the array formation beneath his feet activated. The power of the 81 rivers surged and condensed in his hand. You think you can do it? The elders in the river sneered. In the next moment, they felt that their protective array formation had changed. They were even more shocked. You dare to destroy our array formation? Kill him. With an angry shout, the experts below attacked crazily. The other party was just a young man. With so many of them attacking together, he would definitely die. The great sages in the Xiantian sect were also shocked. They wanted to save him, but they stopped in the next moment. They even became terrified. They realized that there was a terrifying power erupting from where Lin Xian was. Then, a sword light turned into a true dragon and roared. Slash! With a single slash of the sword, the 81 surging rivers instantly evaporated and disappeared. However, this single slash of the sword had become an eternity between heaven and earth. Boom, boom! With a slash of the sword, Elder Changhe's divine power laws were all destroyed. The elders were alarmed and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. With a single slash of the sword, they turned into a bloody mist. It wasn't just them. The entire mountain gate was cut in half. Moreover, the sword extended into the distance, and the river began to shake violently. The warriors in the river prostrated themselves on the ground. The elders roared, and even some living fossils in seclusion opened their eyes. The sect master in the river soared into the sky. Sensing all of this, he was stunned. What kind of power was this? It was not something he could withstand. Was it a sacred weapon? Or was it an extreme weapon? He didn't know that half of his body had disappeared under the sword. This was the result of him dodging with all his might. The others were not so lucky. A large number of martial artists and elders were turned into ashes. The palaces and towers that filled the sky vanished into thin air. With a single slash, the entire river was split into two. Outside, the people of the Xiantian pavilion went crazy. The three great saints' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Was this really an attack from a young man? They looked at the sword in the sky with their mouths agape. Was this an extreme weapon? Back then, the might of the 10,000 dragons portrait swept across all directions. At that moment, they also felt the fear of their world being destroyed. Now, Lin Xian's sword had split an overlord sect in half. They thought that it was an extreme weapon. Stop, don't fight, we'll submit. Two living fossils walked out. They were about the same age as zombies and didn't have much time left. At this moment, they immediately begged for mercy. The sect master in the river also flew over and said, "Who are you? We've never offended you, right?" As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. The river had been passed down for a long time and could be considered an overlord sect. But now it was going to be destroyed in his hands. Even if he went to hell, how would he explain it to his ancestors? When you were enemies with the Xiantian pavilion in the river, did you think that you would end up like this? You secretly colluded with the ethereal peak and the Six Paths Gate. Did you think that you would end up like this? Also, who am I? I am the person that the ethereal peak and the Six Paths Gate want to kill. I am Lin Wudi. It's you. The sect master in the river's pupils constricted. He naturally wouldn't forget why the Six Paths Gate secretly helped him. It was to let them search for a young man called Lin Xian. But this person in front of him was too terrifying. If he couldn't resolve it, then he would kill him. The two living fossils roared. The laws on their bodies burned, and their withered bodies instantly swelled. Their palms tore the world apart. Brat, so what if you have an extreme weapon? With your strength, you won't have any strength left after one move. The two of them attacked. Lin Xian sneered. No strength? You think too highly of yourself. Slash. Another sword. Lin Xian used the power of the sword world and slashed out a peerless sword. The two living fossils were terrifying. How could he still use it? This was completely out of their expectations. The two living fossils were destroyed by a single sword. I, Long River, am willing to submit. The sect master in the river knelt on the ground and bowed his head. You're the sect master. I'll give you a quick death. Kill yourself. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. The sect master was in despair. He burned his life force and disappeared. As for the other people in the river, most of them were destroyed by that sword. Those who were still alive had no power to resist. Lin Xian didn't kill these people. Instead, he left them to the Xiantian pavilion. These people couldn't cause any trouble. Lin Xian landed on the ground. Rizalong, he shouted. He wanted to gather the power of the river again because there was still the Ice Palace and the War King Peak. He couldn't use the power of the sword world without limit. Brat, there's no need for this sect to exist. Just swallow it. The Crimson Dragon looked around and suggested. Lin Xian nodded. The river was destroyed, but the spirit veins controlled by the river could be used by the Xiantian pavilion in the future. As for the sect itself, there was no need for it to exist. I understand. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and swallowed the entire river. In front, a pitch-black vortex appeared. The people of the Xiantian pavilion were shocked. An overlord sect like them disappeared just like that? There was only an abyss left in front. Let's go to the ice palace. After swallowing the river, Lin Xian had the power to continue to the ice palace. The people of the ice palace didn't know the situation. When they saw Lin Xian and the others coming, their reaction was the same as that of the Long River sect. They were very disdainful. However, when Lin Xian slashed out with his sword and split the ice palace, those people went completely crazy. In the end, the ice palace was destroyed. Lin Xian swallowed the ice palace as well. He continued to attack the War King Peak. Chapter 4964. 2 of the 3 overlords had already been destroyed. The Battle King Peak had long received the news. They didn't think of escaping. With such means, even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, they would still die. Therefore, the Battle King Peak's sect leader led the entire Battle King Peak to submit. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I'll give you all a chance to kill yourselves. The rest will become battle servants and serve Xiantian Pavilion forever. Agree and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll destroy your sect." The Battle King Peak's sect leader closed his eyes. "Okay, we agree." His body burned into ashes, and the other great saints also ended their own lives. As for the others, they were all marked with the seal of life and death. They became battle servants. The 3 overlords would no longer exist. In this area, Xiantian Pavilion was the only overlord. The commotion here had long spread, causing countless people to be shocked and terrified. There were no more 4 overlords, only Xiantian Pavilion. When they returned to Xiantian Pavilion, Jianwuk and the others were still in a daze. When the people of Xiantian Pavilion received the news, they couldn't believe it. In just a few days, the other 3 sects had vanished into thin air. What a joke! One had to know that they were suppressed by the 3 sects and almost collapsed. However, when they sent people to investigate, they discovered that the 3 sects really didn't exist anymore. Was this really Lin Gongzi's doing? They came back to their senses and looked at Lin Xian. They felt grateful. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving them." Even the Grand Elders bowed. "Thank you for saving Xiantian Pavilion from danger." Lin Xian said, "Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. After all, this matter started because of me. Of course, I can't sit back and do nothing. But now no one in this area dared to challenge Xiantian Pavilion's position as the overlord anymore." The Grand Elder walked out and bowed. Then he said, "Lin Gongzi, how do you plan to distribute the resources left behind by the 3 overlords?" Although they knew that Lin Xian couldn't stay here for too long, it was very likely that it would all be theirs. However, they still had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion in advance. Although Lin Xian was a young man, his status was extraordinary. Even their pavilion master would not dare to be careless in front of him. They had to treat him as a godlike figure. "What do you think?" Lin Xian asked. The great sages conversed with each other. At this moment, Lin Xian once again said, "How about this? The resources of the 3 great sects will be split in half. 1 half will be given to you, and the Xiantian Pavilion will allow you to develop. The other part will be left behind. I plan to build a temporary palace." Sure, these elders didn't dare to have any objections, but they were puzzled. What palace? Lin Xian said that before I came to the Buried Emperor Star, I used to belong to Peerless City. Later on, Peerless City had a great battle and was forced to close its doors. Now I want to bring it back to the world. Upon hearing that, Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and Shangguan Xiaoxian's eyes reddened. That's great. Their Peerless City can finally reappear. I wonder if Master will be happy when he finds out? We naturally don't have any objections. The people of the Xiantian Pavilion laughed. Jianwuk said, "Let us help you build the temporary palace." This was a big project. All right. Lin Xian nodded and said, "Xiaoxian, you stay here and take charge of the following matters. Yes, Martial Uncle. Shangguan Shaoxian also walked out happily. Next, Lin Xian told everyone to rest. He said, I want to see the pavilion master. Lin Gongzi, please come this way. The Grand Elder led Lin Xian into the depths of the Xiantian pavilion. After arriving at the forbidden area, the Grand Elder reported. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a low voice sounded. The Grand Elder said, That's enough. Lin Xian followed him. There was a cave in front of them. It was abnormally simple and unadorned. Inside was the legendary pavilion master. However, he had never seen him before. After the Grand Elder left, only Lin Xian remained. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Senior Xiang Tian. You're here again. The low voice sounded. Could it be that there's news of prolonging life? Lin Xian said, That's right. I've found a way and am preparing to return to the quintessential world. Senior, would you like to go with me? Really? Xiang Tian was stunned. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. The 9 heavens were shaking. The heavens had eyes. The people of the Xiantian pavilion were shocked. It was the pavilion master's laughter. They all thought that the pavilion master laughed because the 3 sects were destroyed. Of course, only Lin Xian and Xiang Tian knew the truth. In the cave, Xiang Tian stopped laughing and said, Little guy, well done. However, I can't go to the quintessential world with you. I have to stay here. Say hello to Master for me. Xia Juyo was actually his master. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was even more shocked that Xia Juyo was guarding here. What was he guarding? Was it the Xiantian pavilion? Senior, are you worried about the 3 sects? Senior, you can rest assured. The 3 sects no longer exist. Xiang Tian smiled and said, Did you make a move? That's good too. If I wasn't suppressed here and couldn't go out, the 3 sects wouldn't be so arrogant in front of me. Xiang Tian snorted coldly with disdain in his voice. Lin Xian was even more curious. It seemed that Xiang Tian didn't put the 3 sects in his eyes at all. Could it be that they couldn't come out? Was there another reason? Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with curiosity. A trace of golden light swept across as he looked ahead. The next moment, he seemed to have forgotten to look through the ground. There, he saw a hazy figure sitting cross-legged. Below the figure, there was a crack like a canyon. There seemed to be black qi flying out of the crack. However, it was suppressed by the figure. Roar. In a trance, Lin Xian seemed to hear a roar that made his blood boil. He suddenly retracted his gaze. In front of him, Xiang Tian also said, Little guy, this is not a place that you can explore. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian left, and he was even more confused. That figure was definitely Xiang Tian, but what exactly was inside the canyon that he was suppressing? Why was it so terrifying? All of this was a mystery. After returning, Lin Xian took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he focused on cultivating. This time, he used the great dragon sword soul, and the situation was much better than before. After all, he was using external forces. He only needed to withstand a little pressure. Every time he used it, Lin Xian's body would become stronger and stronger. Now that he had been baptized by the divine spring of life, his body would become even stronger. With the baptism of the divine spring, his physique became even stronger. An ordinary great sage in the early stage couldn't break through his defense at all. However, he knew that it was not enough. After all, he had to compete with the emperor. He had seen the incarnation of the Dragon Prince. Just the incarnation was already so terrifying. The real body would only be more terrifying. Although he was injured this time, it wouldn't take long for him to recover or even reach a higher level, so he was still under a lot of pressure. Chapter 4965. After resting for another 3 days, everyone was ready to set off. Shangguan Shaoxian stayed behind to build her palace, Wushuang City. As for the others, they followed Lin Xian to set off. Their target this time was Ethereal Peak. He wanted to return to Ethereal Peak and Thousand Mountain Paradise. Thinking of the paradise, Fu Hongye and the others gritted their teeth. When they arrived, they were suppressed and became battle slaves in the Sixth Paradise. If not for Lin Xian, they might not have been able to make a comeback. When they returned this time, they would definitely take revenge. Ethereal Peak, clouds surrounded it, making it look extremely mysterious. During this period of time, Ethereal Peak had been developing well. Some of the genius disciples in the sect had increased their strength greatly. More importantly, no one dared to challenge their position. At the same time, there were many genius disciples in the Sixth Paradise. After being taken in, Ethereal Peak became even stronger. Everything showed that Ethereal Peak was getting stronger. As for the young man who had challenged them back then, he was probably dead outside. How is the situation at Xiantian Pavilion? In Ethereal Peak, an elder of the star race asked in a deep voice. There hasn't been any news for such a long time. Could something have happened? His subordinate shook his head. There hasn't been any news yet. But soon he smiled and said, Elder, don't worry. Once the three sects take action, Xiantian Pavilion won't be able to do anything. Furthermore, Ethereal Peak and Sixth Dao Sect are behind this. Xiantian Pavilion will definitely die. Another woman snorted coldly. He deserved it. Who asked him to help that Lin brat? But it's a pity that I don't know where that brat is. If I see him, I'll personally tear him into pieces. The buried Emperor Star is so big and there are countless dangers. He came from another world. How could he have lived for so long? He probably died in some mountain range. The elder of the star race nodded his head and sighed. It's a pity for Xueqi. She was a good seedling. She could have entered Ethereal Peak. Is there no news about her? His three subordinates shook their heads. Old Zhang, these are the offerings from the Sixth Paradise. Among them, Thousand Mountain Paradise has the most. Another young genius walked over and handed a scroll to the old man in front of him. The old man took a look at it and nodded slightly. The Thousand Mountains Grotto should be under the control of forefather Shen Tian's branch now. That's right. Black Ice ancestors, people were related to that brat surnamed Lin. Not killing him was already a blessing. However, they were currently being suppressed so much that they had to use the resources of their bloodline to pay tribute. That was why Patriarch Heaven Conqueror was willing to part with them. The Elder of the Star, Tribe nodded his head. After that, he did not pay any more attention to him. It was just 6 grotto heavens. He would not interfere in the fights between them. All he had to do was ensure that no one dared to challenge Ethereal Peak's position. The 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven was surrounded by endless mountains. At this moment, the 1,000 Mountain Cave did not seem to have changed much, but everyone knew that the Heavenly Mountain Cave had changed. Black Ice Ancestor and her people had offended Misty Peak, which was equivalent to falling into the 18th level of hell and never being able to rise again. The people of this bloodline were suppressed every day. There were even many people who were mercilessly killed outside. Even the Dark Nether Ancestor had been poisoned. The poison of the Holy Heavens Ancestor definitely had something to do with Misty Peak. Father, how are you today? I asked someone to find a batch of healing pills. Xian Hai walked over and asked anxiously, Don't waste your energy. There's no cure for this poison. An old man shook his head. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. This old man was extremely skinny, like a skeleton. His hair was snow white and his eyes were empty. There was a black mark on his body. It was this poison that almost took his life. The middle-aged man beside him was pale. He said, Father, don't be discouraged. There must be a way. But Xian Hai shook his head. It's useless. They are punishing me. I am warning everyone of the consequences of offending Misty Peak. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it long ago. The skinny old man laughed bitterly. Xian Hai gritted his teeth. Damn it. It's all because of that brat. Thinking of that young man, he gritted his teeth. If not for him, How would we have ended up like this? Black Ice Ancestor sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. The only fortunate thing is that Chi-Er had left long ago. This way, she would not be harmed by Ming Fong. I just hope that she never comes back. Outside Thousand Mountain Grotto, a group of people flew over from afar. They stopped in the void. He was back again, standing on the spirit vessel. Lin Xian looked ahead and lamented. Back then, they had gone through countless hardships and lost many experts to break through the shackles of true spirit world and come to buried Emperor Star. They had thought that they were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate. From then on, the sky was high and the road was long. But who would have thought that as soon as they came to buried Emperor Star, they would be hunted down by the grotto heavens? Many of them were even hunted down and became prisoners. As a result, their fellow disciples in Peerless City could only become homeless. Even now, Peerless Sage King and Linghu Chueshua's whereabouts were unknown. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others were also gritting their teeth. They had all been suppressed before, but now they were different. Previously they were like ants. Facing the 6 great grotto heavens, they felt that they were invincible. But now, they had returned powerfully and stood at the peak. With a stomp of their feet, the entire 6 great grotto heavens would tremble. Let's go and meet our old friends. Lin Xian's figure descended, and the group followed closely. At the same time, in the territory of the grotto heavens, Xian Hai roared angrily. Damn it, did old ancestor Xingtian send people again? Yan, Mo, don't go too far. In front of them, there was a middle-aged man with a monstrous, demonic aura. He sneered. What can you do to me if I go too far? It's already a great blessing that you're alive. Let me see how senior Xianbing's injuries are. Then he waved his hand. The experts behind him walked over one after another. Xian Hai roared and stopped him. The other party was not here to take care of them, but to use poison. Every month, the other party would come and use poison. Then, Black Ice Ancestor would fall to the ground, half dead. But then, the other party laughed and left. Now it was the same day again. How could Xian Hai let them enter? Yan Mo shouted coldly. Do you really think you're still the same person? Back then you could fight against me, but now you can't. Attack! The number of people he brought with him was 10 times more than the other party. In an instant, Xian Hai and the others were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, but they still guarded the entrance of the hall. If you want to enter, you'll have to step over my dead body. I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Yan Mo snorted. But do you think I don't dare to kill you? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 4966. At the entrance of the 1,000 Mountain Cave, the array flickered, indicating that it was under attack. Who dared to behave atrociously in the 1,000 Mountain Cave? Countless guards walked out, their killing intent soaring into the sky. It had been a long time since anyone dared to behave atrociously here. Was there someone who dared to behave atrociously here again? Seeing that there were so many people, the guard's expression changed. He asked, Which sect are you from? Do you have a visiting card? Why? Does the 1,000 Mountain Cave not recognize me anymore? Lin Xian sneered and walked over. The guards were confused, but one of them narrowed his eyes. It's you. You didn't die. You're back. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. This young man had caused a huge storm back then, but he had only entered the ethereal peak. Now he was back. One could only imagine what kind of storm was going to happen next. Who was he? The other guards were confused. Was this young man very scary? The guard wanted to say something, but his scalp went numb in the next moment. The others' eyes popped out. They saw the young man in front of them waving his hand, and their protective array was torn apart like a piece of paper. The entire process was smooth, and there was no pause at all. What kind of power was that? Perhaps only their old ancestor could do that. Thinking of this, these guards sat down on the ground, their faces full of shock. Lin Xian ignored them. A golden glow appeared in his eyes. Then he squinted his eyes. His body flashed, and he flew in a direction. In the hall in front, there were many people around. Blood dyed the sky red, and the cries made one's scalp go numb. Yan Emo sneered and looked at Xian Hai, who was kneeling on one knee, and said coldly, "Do you still dare to go against me?" "Damn it!" Xian Hai gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept this. "All right, what are your last words? You can go to hell now." Yan Emo pulled out a killing sword and walked over. "After so many years, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state." At the critical moment, a calm voice sounded. Xian Hai raised his head in shock. "Is someone here to save us?" Yan Mo's face darkened. "Who is it? Come out." With a cold shout, he swept his gaze in all directions. The guards in the surroundings also extended their souls to search for the person. "There's no need to search, because I didn't intend to hide." The voice sounded again as a figure walked over. "Who are you?" The surrounding sages roared. Yan Emo was stunned. Xian Hai's pupils shrank. It was him. How could he forget this person? It was precisely because of this person that her daughter had disappeared and her entire bloodline had become prisoners. "Despicable brat, you still dare to come back?" He let out an animalistic roar. "Who's back?" Was it Chia? An old voice came from the main hall. It was intermittent and extremely agitated. He could die at any moment. Lin Xian's brows furrowed even tighter when he heard this. His aura was too weak. Xian Hai said that his father was Lin Xian. He had returned. What? Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian. The surrounding guards also roared crazily. They were well aware that their 1,000-mountain cave was currently weaker than the other 5 great caves. There were many reasons. It was because a Lin Xian had appeared in their cave and dared to challenge Ethereal Peak. Was it this brat in front of them? "Brat, you still dare to come back? I'll capture you and send you to Ethereal Peak. Then our 1,000-mountain cave will have done a great service. At that time, our status will be restored." Yan Emo smiled. He was very happy. "Just you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, dozens of streams of light streaked across the distance and instantly arrived behind Lin Xian, forming a huge team. Xian Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to bring so many people back. Yan Emo laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, brat. Do you think you can compete with me just because you brought people here?" He could tell that the people around him were all young people. How strong could a group of young people be? Back then, Lin Xian could escape because of Xiantian Pavilion's help. But what about Xiantian Pavilion now? He knew very well that Xiantian Pavilion probably didn't exist anymore. Without the Xiantian Pavilion as a trump card, would Lin Xian be able to contend against them? "Young man, I don't know where you get your courage from. You probably didn't go to Xiantian Pavilion, right? You have no trump card left. Kneel down obediently and I'll suppress you." "Sure, let's see if you have the qualifications." Lin Xian walked over without any defense. "I'll give you 3 chances. Can you suppress me? I'll give you my head." "Stupid ant. Do you think you can be arrogant after training outside for a period of time? Do you know that my strength has increased during this period of time as well?" Yan Emo roared and slapped over. His killing intent was shocking. This attack was enough to destroy any young genius. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, causing the ears of the surrounding people to bleed. A figure suddenly retreated. "Damn it, what a strong physique." Yan Emo clutched his palm with an ugly expression. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. "This is your improvement over the years, huh? You're pitifully weak." "Ant." Toad sneered. The people from the Divine Union were also mocking him. "You want to fight against our boss with this kind of strength? Stop joking." "Damn it, you're underestimating me." Yan Emo roared and threw out 2 consecutive punches that were like peerless suns. Boom! Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. He should be dead this time. The martial artist from Xiantian Pavilion snorted coldly. Xian Hai frowned. This brat is courting death, as always. He had actually angered Yan. Mo Lin Xian's figure appeared from the crack in the void. His body was spotless, and he wasn't injured at all. 3 punches are over. I've given you a chance, but you don't have the strength to suppress me. Now take my move. After 1 palm, all grievances were resolved. Bang! Lin Xian slapped over. He didn't even use the fearless lion seal or the 6 path fists. He only relied on the strength of his divine body. No. Yan Mo was terrified. His 3 punches couldn't hurt the other party. What kind of physique was this? Could it be that this brat had some fortuitous encounter outside? Damn it, he had been too careless. Especially when he felt the power of that palm strike, he was even more alarmed. He was invincible. This made him feel like he was facing an old ancestor. He quickly retreated. Mysterious runes flashed under his feet and brought him away in an instant. He dodged the palm by a hair's breadth. Only a few gusts of wind swept across his body. Ha 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 ha! Yan Mo was furious. Brat, I thought you were amazing. You can't hit me either? As soon as he finished speaking, he roared in horror. No, it can't be like this. His body shattered like porcelain and then spread throughout his body. With a crack, he turned into a bloody mist. How can this be? His soul was also torn apart by a terrifying force. Stupid thing. Lin Xian shook his head. Do you think you can resist my palm wind? Chapter 4967. Dead. Xian Hai's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Just a palm strike was enough to kill Yan Mo. What kind of power was that? That was the power of a great sage. Could it be that this kid had already become a great sage? Yan Mo was dead, and the surrounding guards were in an uproar. Kid, you're dead. The sagely heavens, old master, won't let you off. Let's go and report this to the old master. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the golden light turned into a divine sword, piercing through the hundreds of guards. All of them fell on the ground. Xian Hai was even more terrified. He had killed a group of experts with just a raise of his hand. It was too scary. Lin Xian was no longer the person he knew. You're really pitiful. Lin Xian took a step forward and came before Xian Hai. He looked down at the other party and said indifferently. Xian Hai knelt on one knee, holding his wound and looking up. When he saw Lin Xian's eyes, he felt like an ant talking to a dragon. Unable to withstand the pressure from Lin Xian, Xian Hai spat out blood and fell into the main hall. Lin Xian stepped into the main hall and he frowned. He saw a skeleton-like figure in front of him. Your old master, Xian Hai. He couldn't believe that a great sage could be in such a pitiful state. Black Ice Old Master raised his head. When he saw Lin Xian, he was shocked. He wanted to stand up, but his bones were shaking and he couldn't. At a glance, Lin Xian saw a black handprint on the man's body. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. You should kill the Yen Devil, Black Ice Ancestor said. You are in big trouble. The current 1,000-mountain grotto heaven belongs to forefather Sheng Tian. They have Ethereal Peak behind them. I heard that they've taken action against Xiantian Pavilion. You have no more trump cards. Leave quickly. At the same time, if you know where Chir is, tell her to never come back. Lin Xian listened expressionlessly, but the people behind him had weird expressions. Xiantian Pavilion no longer existed? It seemed like the news hadn't reached them yet. As for Thousand Mountain Cave, they were even more fearless. This time he was here for revenge. Lin Xian said that he was here for revenge, so he would not let any of the people who tried to kill him go. As for the 2 of you, Xueqi's father and grandfather, I will spare you and not harm you. However, it is impossible for me to help you. Patriarch Xian Hai laughed bitterly. He did not believe the other party's words. However, Xian Hai's pupils shrank. He ran over and said, "Young master, save my father. I know you have a way." Previously, he had been dismissive of Lin Xian. However, when he saw Lin Xian kill the face devil with just a palm wind, he was shocked. He knew that the young man in front of him was a completely different person from back then. The other party's methods might be able to save his father. Lin Xian remained unmoved. Xian Hai directly knelt down and said, "For Qi-Ai's sake, please help." Lin Xian frowned slightly and sighed. After all, this was Xue Qi's flesh and blood. However, Lin Xian still had his principles. He said, "If you want me to help, I can help. However, I have to collect your souls first. I have to see if you are related to the human world." If they were related to the human world, he would not harm them for Xue Qi's sake, nor would he save them. He would let the two of them fend for themselves. However, if they were not related, he could help them. Everything is for your sake," Lin Xian thought to himself. Then a golden radiance burst out from his eyes and enveloped the two people's souls. Xian Hai wanted to resist, but Patriarch Xianming said, "Don't resist." Xian Hai knelt there and allowed Patriarch Xianming to read his soul. Lin Xian's expression was grave. After a while, he retracted his gaze. The two of them were nervous. Lin Xian said, "You are lucky that you are not related to the human world." Black Ice Ancestor smiled bitterly. The human world's power originated from Misty Peak and was then distributed among the 6 grotto heavens. Back then, it was obtained by Patriarch Sheng Tian's lineage. It was an extremely powerful assassination force. Because of this, they were jealous of it for a long time. They did not expect that it was because of this that they were saved. The affairs of the world were really unpredictable. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a terrifying sword was slashed at the black handprint. The great dragon sword spirit was destroyed, and all auras were destroyed. The black poison on the handprint quickly disappeared. Black Ice Ancestor felt that his power was recovering. Did he succeed? Was he cured? She was really shocked. Xian Hai cried tears of joy. He had thought of many ways, but his father's condition did not improve at all. Now, Lin Xian cured his father's poison with just a ray of sword energy. This method was too shocking. Black Ice Ancestor stood up. Although she was weak, she was fine. She said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping me. In the future, I will not refuse you. At the same time, we apologize for what happened in the past. I hope that you will let us go for the sake of Qi." Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said, "It was good to recover and be a wild crane." Patriarch Xian Hai's body trembled. Originally, he wanted to regroup and fight with Patriarch Sheng Tian. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian Hai did not want him to care about anything anymore. Just as he was thinking, a crazy roar sounded in a hall of the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven. Patriarch Sheng Tian looked at the soul jade tablet in his hand with red eyes. His son's soul jade tablet was broken, indicating that he was killed. Who dared to attack the Yan Mo? Where did the Yan Mo go? He roared crazily. Patriarch Sheng Tian went to Black Ice Ancestor's residence. "That old thing? How dare you attack my son? Go to hell." He was furious. Without caring about anything else, he slapped out with a huge palm that covered tens of thousands of miles. The void shattered and countless people crawled. Xian Hai's face changed drastically. Not good, the great sage had attacked. Black Ice Ancestor's pupils constricted. The Patriarch Sheng Tian had attacked again. Retreat. He had just been detoxified and was no match for the other party. If he was hit, his soul might be destroyed. She and Xian Hai retreated quickly. But when they left the hall, her pupils constricted. She saw Lin Xian standing there with a look of disdain. Lin Xian threw out a punch in the face of this frightening palm. The 6-path fist shattered the heavenly domain and shattered the huge palm. A pillar of light surged into the clouds, and countless laws danced in the sky. Was it broken? Black Ice Ancestor was stunned. She could not believe it. That was the attack of a great sage. Previously, the other party could kill the Yen-mo because the Yen-mo was only a great sage. Compared to a great sage, he was still too weak. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian could fight a great sage so easily. This person's strength had already exceeded his imagination. He took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. It was better not to have any tricks in front of the other party. He said to Xian Hai, "From now on, we will be two itinerant cultivators." Xian Hai nodded silently. His confidence had already been shattered. Right now, he just wanted to escape from this place and live in the remote mountains and swamps. Damn it. Patriarch Sheng Tian roared crazily. Who could block his attack? Other than Black Ice Ancestor, there was no one else. Maybe Black Ice Ancestor was poisoned and injured. How could she have the strength to attack him? Chapter 4968. The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor's face turned cold as he attacked again. He tore open the sky and descended quickly. At the next moment, he stood above the 9 heavens and saw a figure. "It's you. How dare you come back? Where are the people from the Xiantian pavilion? Tell them to come out." The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor frowned. In his opinion, the one who had attacked him wasn't the young man in front of him, but the Xiantian pavilion behind him. However, the Xiantian pavilion shouldn't have been destroyed at this time. Could it be that some of them had escaped? Lin Xian looked at the Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor and said coldly, "After so many years, you still haven't made any progress." The people around felt their scalps go numb. Was this the attitude a young man should have towards the Old Ancestor? The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor's face turned dark. "Since they won't come out, I'll suppress you personally." He waved his hand, and a terrifying long blade appeared in his hand. He slashed downwards. The dazzling blade light was unimaginable. This blade seemed to be able to sweep through everything. Fortunately, it was only aimed at Lin Xian. If it had slashed anywhere else, the entire grotto heaven would have been split open. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blade. Was he going to resist this peerless attack with his bare hands? Many people went crazy. The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor was even more disdainful. Did this young man really think he was a god? Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The blade slashed down on the palm, and countless thunderous sounds were heard. Then it was caught. How was this possible? The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor couldn't believe it. Lin Xian let out a furious roar and shattered the blade light right away. He charged forward forcefully. "Take a sword from me too." Behind him, a dragon flickered and turned into a sword dragon. Countless dragon scales condensed into a sword light. Lin Xian held it in his hand. The sword split the world. One of the Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor's arms was chopped off. "How did you become so strong?" He roared crazily. His opponent was only a sage king, but he could compete with him and even suppress him. This kid was too strange. He wanted to retreat. Lin Xian struck out with his palm. The seal of the fearless lion flew out. Damn it, he's too arrogant. The Holy Heaven's Old Ancestor was infuriated. He had retreated, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of the other party. He just didn't want to suffer any losses. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. With a wave of his hands, a saintly heaven steel appeared. "It's just the mark of a demonic beast. Suppress it." The sage heaven steel pressed down on the golden lion. The fearless lion roared with disdain. It danced and tore the sage heaven steel apart before pouncing towards the sage heaven Old Ancestor. Oh no, what kind of lion is this? It was too scary. The sacred heaven's Old Ancestor was scared out of his wits. He was enveloped by a golden light, and his body was torn to pieces. His soul was slapped to the ground by the fearless lion. Was the patriarch defeated? The surrounding people from the Thousand Mountain Cave trembled when they saw this. Then they all knelt on the ground. "Damn it, let go of me." The holy heaven's old ancestor's soul roared, but he couldn't resist the fearless lion. And this was because Lin Xian had purposely not killed him. Otherwise, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. The sagely heaven's old ancestor roared, "I am not dead yet. Inform Ethereal Peak and activate our foundation." He was really angry. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Soon, people retreated quickly. Some of them soared into the sky, preparing to inform the Ethereal Peak experts. The other part was to activate the so-called foundation. Ruse along, kill those who escaped. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The crimson dragon's figure flashed, and the dragon scales on his back turned into a dragon blade that slashed towards the 9 heavens. Those who tried to escape were all killed. But as for those who activated their foundation, Lin Xian didn't stop them at all. Black Ice Ancestor was also shocked. Fortunately, she had already submitted and didn't dare to go against Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would probably end up in such a miserable state. She took a deep breath. Lin Gongzi's foundation isn't ordinary, so it's best not to activate it. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Lin Xian said, "Is the foundation the power of the mortal world?" Black Ice Ancestor nodded helplessly. Lin Xian was a killing god who could kill great saints of the same level, like cutting vegetables. That's even better. I'm here to deal with the mortal world. Just you? The sacred heaven ancestors' soul sneered. You can't even block a finger. You'll die soon. The earth trembled, and a shocking killing intent emerged. Then it was as if the god of death had descended. Even the people of the divine union felt their hair stand on end. It seemed like an incredible assassin had awakened. 3 figures were hidden in black robes, holding 3 killing swords in their hands. They disappeared in an instant, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Wong! Cold laughter rang out, and with a flash of sword light, the fearless lion was split in half. The sacred heaven ancestor's soul was able to escape. He fled into the distance, roaring crazily. "Kid, let's see how you'll die." Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed an ancient assassin. He was indeed valiant. His figure flashed, and he took out the heaven-devouring jar and shook it gently. A boundless black vortex enveloped the crimson dragon and the people of the divine union. He wasn't afraid, but he was afraid that these people would attack the people of the divine union. Black vortexes appeared beside by Susu and the others, swallowing everything. Indeed, as soon as this was done, sword light slashed toward the crimson dragon and by Susu. Fortunately, the black vortex swallowed the sword light directly. What a strange, devouring vortex. Let's get rid of this kid first. The 3 ancient assassins discussed for a while, then charged toward Lin Xian. When these people attacked, even great sages would feel their hair stand on end. The power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lin Xian. The space where Lin Xian was instantly shattered. Countless clanging sounds came from his body, and there were even sword scars appearing on some parts of his body. They were indeed ancient assassins. They were indeed strong enough to threaten him. He roared, and his divine body completely erupted. Divine flames swept out, burning heaven and earth. The entire void shattered, and 3 blurry figures appeared. They tore through the void and retreated into the distance. Lin Xian threw out the 6-path fists and chased after them, attacking one of them. That person swung his sword back like a dragon. The 2 of them collided, and then they both retreated. Fresh blood dripped from the void. Lin Xian sneered. "That's all there is to it. What a strong physique. You actually managed to injure me. However, today is the day you die." The injured assassin said coldly. Then he disappeared again. Heaven and earth quietened down. Even the killing intent was gone. The Crimson Dragon and the others were extremely nervous. This was the most dangerous situation. If they could even hide their killing intent, who would be able to discover them? Lin Xian seemed to be at his wits' end. However, a golden radiance flickered in his eyes. His divine eyes looked at heaven and earth, burning the world. Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His soul flame floated out. In the void, a roar was heard. A figure, whose body was on fire, looked extremely ferocious. "Damn it, it's a soul attack! Kill him!" He let out a miserable cry. The other 2 rushed over without a care for anything else. Chapter 4969. It was a sure-kill sword. It seemed to have traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Lin Xian and slashing down on Lin Xian's body. The 2 swords slashed at the same spot and actually split open Lin Xian's body. The 10,000 dragon divine blood fell. However, the 2 swords were still held by Lin Xian. "This time, you won't be able to escape." Endless sword light burst out from his body. The sharpness of the sword energy was even more terrifying than the 2 swords. The 2 of them were instantly pierced and screamed as they retreated. They realized that their wounds couldn't heal. "Damn it, who are you? When did the 1,000 mountain grotto heaven offend such a terrifying existence?" They looked at the sacred heaven's old ancestor. The sacred heaven's old ancestor's face was extremely pale. He was originally proud and thought that the other party would definitely die after summoning the world of men. However, that was not the case at all. Even the 3 assassins couldn't do anything to the other party. Leave this place. This kid is too terrifying. He's not someone you and I can fight against. Super physique, terrifying eye techniques, and that black jar. It was very similar to the legendary heaven swallowing jar. In addition, his sword energy was extremely sharp. It was definitely a supreme Dharma treasure. How could such a person appear in this area? The other party should be in the more terrifying ancient city and family. Why would he come to such a remote place? As expected of the world of men. You're really knowledgeable. You even recognize my body. Since that's the case, it's not up to you. Lin Xian attacked. They split up and fled. The 3 from the world of men flew in 3 different directions. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill all 3 of them at the same time. Lin Xian sneered and threw out the heaven-swallowing jar and the dragon sword soul at one of them. Then he attacked the 3rd person. How could those 2 be a match for the heaven-swallowing jar and the dragon sword soul? They were instantly killed. As for the 3rd person, he exchanged 30 moves with Lin Xian and was torn in half by Lin Xian. Was he dead? The 3 of them were about to die. The sacred heaven's old ancestor was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned and fled. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the sacred heaven's old ancestor's soul. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Young master, please spare me. It was all Misty Peak's idea. I was really helpless and had no choice." Now, in order to save his life, he poured all the dirty water on Misty Peak. "What a good! I can't help it." "You're really shameless." Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. He wouldn't let him live, so he directly ignited his soul. In the end, old ancestor Shengtian also died. At this moment, nearly half of the warriors in the 1,000 Mountain Cave were kneeling on the ground. Had their ancestor died? Lin Xian turned around and looked down from above like a god overlooking the mortals. As the flames swept past these people, the souls of a few of them directly burned and turned into ashes. These were all old ancestor Shengtian's trusted aides. As for the holy heavens ancestors' people, they had all been killed by him. In an instant, the entire grotto heaven. The situation had changed drastically. Black Ice Ancestor and Xian Hai immediately bowed their heads. From now on, the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven will be ruled by the young master. The others also bowed to Lin Xian and paid their respects to the young master. Lin Xian waved his hand. From now on, there would be no 1,000 mountain grotto heaven, only Wushuang City. Not only the heavenly mountain grotto heaven, but the other 5 grotto heavens would also cease to exist. Even Misty Peak, I will overturn it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Countless people were shocked. Would the grotto heaven cease to exist? To be honest, although 1,000 mountain grotto heaven was inconspicuous in the entire Alcade continent, in this area it was second only to Misty Peak. Now that it no longer existed, it was really hard for these people to imagine. But the young man in front of them was like a god, and no one dared to resist. They could only accept this fact. Yuren, I'll leave this to you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yuren walked out. Young master, don't worry. Lin Xian looked at Black Ice Ancestor again. I will go to the other grotto heavens. In the meantime, I don't want anything to happen to 1,000 mountain grotto heaven. Young master, don't worry. This old man understands. Black Ice Ancestor walked out and said loudly. Now that the sect was sealed, no news was allowed to spread out. Anyone who violated this rule would be punished according to the sect rules. As for the others, they naturally did not have any objections. After all, one of the 2 old masters was dead. Now that there was only one left, they naturally did not dare to resist. Lin Xian led the others and left quickly. Go, 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 take revenge. Previously, they had become battle servants. But now, it was just 1,000 mountain grotto heaven. The other grotto heavens would have to bear their wrath as well. Purple Spirit, grotto heaven. Fu Hongya would never forget the torture he had gone through here. Therefore, he challenged them forcefully the moment he arrived. This was especially so for the young men under the Great Elder. All of them were crippled by Fu Hongya. The Great Elder roared, but was killed by Lin Xian in a single slap. Not only that, the same scene was happening in the other grotto heavens. Everyone in the grotto heavens were in despair. They realized that the battle servants from back then had returned, and they had become so terrifying. These young geniuses were no match for them. In fact, they themselves were no match for these young men. Damn it, what had these people gone through? This was great. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, Gao Jianfei, and the others roared. They had finally taken revenge. However, this was not the end. They knew that Lin Xian was going to strike once more. He was going to destroy the 6 grotto heavens and build Matchless City. Naturally, a huge battle would break out in the process. Lin Xian could not possibly strike out at all 5 grotto heavens at the same time. Therefore, after destroying 3 grotto heavens, the remaining 3 reacted instantly. Knowing that they were no match for him, they fled immediately and reported to Ethereal Peak. After Ethereal Peak received the news, their faces changed. Someone had already destroyed 3 grotto heavens consecutively. How could this be? Why did they not receive any news at all? Could it be that they were joking? Everyone from Ethereal Peak was stunned. However, when they arrived at the 3 grotto heavens, they were all kneeling on the ground. They said that they were lucky that the other party did not lay a hand on them. However, those 3 grotto heavens were indeed destroyed. Even many of the young geniuses of their families were crippled. Who was it? Ethereal Peak frowned. Was it a top sect from another region who had come to challenge them? No, it was Lin Xian. It was that lad from back then. He was back. Lin Xian. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was stunned. They then let out a sharp killing intent. This was a name that they naturally remembered. It was this young man who had once challenged them and caused them to lose so much face. To think that he would be back again. Impossible. The elder of the star race shook his head. How could a young man like him have such strength? Back then he had the Xiantian sect backing him. However, the Xiantian sect should have been long gone by now. We don't know. The people from the 3 grotto heavens shook their heads. These people had escaped, but the grotto heavens were still around. After the elites of the remaining 3 grotto heavens had escaped, they were no match for Lin Xian and the others. Soon they were conquered as well. Eventually, the 6 grotto heavens disappeared. Matchless City was built. Chapter 4970. Peerless City was established. It was announced to the world. The sects and clans in the area were in an uproar. Had the grottos disappeared and become history? Peerless City. What was that? Ethereal Peak. This time, they were the first to receive the news. Following which, their faces turned extremely ugly. The 6 grottos no longer existed. The other party had even established a new sect. This was going against Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian, an ant, how dare you challenge Ethereal Peak? I'll let you know that even if you have Xiantian Pavilion or other forces behind you, you're still no match for us. Ethereal Peak let out a cold killing intent. After Lin Xian conquered the 6 grottos, he did not attack Ethereal Peak immediately. Instead, he rested. He wanted to integrate the 6 grottos. The 6 grottos were far apart from each other. Lin Xian swallowed 5 grottos directly. Only 1,000 grottos were left. Furthermore, the grottos were officially changed and Peerless City was established with them as the foundation. The martial artists in the area were in a heated discussion. Oh heavens! Was someone going to challenge Ethereal Peak's position as the overlord? Who knew what kind of background Peerless City had? Too strong. The 6 grottos were destroyed in the blink of an eye. What kind of strength was that? Countless discussions rang out, and these voices were transmitted to Ethereal Peak. The people of Ethereal Peak were furious. Damn it! How dare they look down on us? These stupid ants. Are they looking to die? There were also people who said that it seemed like Ethereal Peak had not shown their strength for a long time. To think that a young man would dare to behave so atrociously above their heads. Gather our strength and attack Peerless City. I'll let them destroy as quickly as they build. Ethereal Peak was enraged. They gathered their experts and moved out quickly. Today they set off. The sects and clans in the area went up to Peerless City to congratulate them. At the same time, they wanted to befriend Peerless City. Therefore, Peerless City was extremely lively today. For such a matter, Lin Xian did not even appear. He let Nailan Yang and Yuren handle it. Old Ancestor Xianhai and the others looked at this scene in disbelief. They felt that Lin Xian was even more mysterious and terrifying. This young man had used thunderous methods to overturn the situation in this region that had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This was simply the means of a god. However, they were not at ease because they knew that the Misty Peak would not let this matter rest. If even the combined forces of the 6 Paradise weren't a match for the Misty Peak, not to mention that they had been suppressed for thousands of years, one could only imagine how frightening the Misty Peak was. Could this Lin Xian really withstand it? Outside, there was a sea of people. It was incomparably lively, and there were voices of congratulations everywhere. However, at this moment, dark clouds covered the sky, and a terrifying aura pressed down. Everyone raised their heads with fear on their faces. Black Ice Ancestors' pupils shrank. Is it coming? I have an extremely bad feeling. Lin Xian, get out here and face your death. A terrifying voice rang out, shattering the 9 heavens. Terrifying laws fell down from the sky. The people of the clans and sects below quickly retreated in fear. Oh no, are the people of Misty Peak here? Above the black clouds, there were countless figures. 8 of them were exceptionally terrifying. They were the 8 elders of the Ethereal Peak. The 8 of them were like gods and demons, standing above the 9 heavens. Not good. Black Ice Ancestors' pupils shrank. To think that the Misty Peak would be so generous. In an instant, they sent 8 great sages, followed by countless powerful beings. This strength was enough to sweep through everything. Those who came to congratulate felt their scalps tingle. They were in despair. They felt that they had made a decision that they regretted. It seemed a little too early to congratulate so many people. That's right. Even though the Misty Peak did not make a move all year round, Their position as the overlord was something that no one dared to challenge. Yu Rin and the others had grim expressions. By Susu, Crimson Dragon, and the others walked out as well. Are you guys from the Misty Peak? By Susu shouted coldly. In front, the 8 great sages of the Misty Peak frowned. All of them were young. How dare a bunch of young ants go against us? They all knelt by the side obediently. How dare you attack the 6th paradise and challenge the Misty Peak? You guys don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and accept your death. We'll give you a quick death. As for that Lin Xian, we'll tear him into pieces and let him know the fate of living a life worse than death. The 8 great sages emitted a torrential aura. Countless people around them knelt down. Behind them were the people from the 3 paradises. Looking at this scene, they sneered. What Lin Xian? He couldn't even be compared to the Misty Peak. Just 8 great sages? By Susu's face was filled with disdain. Crimson Dragon and the others sneered as well. To be honest, this lineup was terrifying in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in front of them. One should know that back in the Taoist sex event, those who came were all great sages. In fact, there were quite a number of great sages in the late and pinnacle stages. By Susu had seen such scenes many times. How could 8 great sages scare her? Another 8 people came. Lin Xian walked out and shook his head. Too little. Did the Misty Peak send you guys to die? Kid, it's you. When the people of the Misty Peak saw Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. One of the elders waved his hand, and a cold light slashed forward. He wanted to kill Lin Xian by surprise. But how could such a small move hurt Lin Xian? Lin Xian smashed the attack with a single palm. He then activated his eye technique. The great sage screamed. His soul was injured. His body swayed, and his face was pale. You want to sneak up on me? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Countless people were shocked. The faces of the people of the Misty Peak turned ugly. This guy could hurt a great sage. Unbelievable. Could it be that this young man had already become a great sage? What kind of cultivation speed was this? He remembered that when this guy left, he wasn't even a Saint King. How could he be a great sage now? They were going crazy. But when they sensed him carefully, they realized that he didn't have the aura of a great sage. The elder of the star, tribe, gritted his teeth. Everyone, don't hesitate. This kid is strange. If we let him grow, he will be our nightmare in the future. Let's attack together and kill him now to prevent future troubles. That's right. The other great sages nodded. 8 great sages walked forward together. Every step they took caused the sky to collapse. Countless people vomited blood and retreated. The people of the Divine Union sneered. Lin Xian was even more fearless. Now the heaven-devouring jar. The reason why Lin Fan had devoured the 5 paradise and refined all of their powers was for this very moment. He took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed out. The 8 great sages attacked together with the confidence of being invincible. But under this sword, their confidence collapsed. 1 sword and 4 great sages were destroyed. The other 4 were severely injured and fled. Run. They fled back to the Misty Peak. The others were also scared out of their wits and fled quickly. The people below were stunned. Was this really the Misty Peak? When they came, they were as mighty as gods. But now they were like stray dogs. The confidence of the people of the Misty Peak collapsed. How could they have known that the sword would be so terrifying? Lin Xian chased after them casually. Chapter 4971. Ethereal Peak was also waiting, but they weren't worried. After sending out 8 great sages, Wushuang City should have been destroyed long ago. However, not long after, there was a roar. Quick, save us. Activate the Supreme Array. That kid was here. For great sages returned with blood. The people of Ethereal Peak were terrified. What was going on? Were you ambushed? The 4 great sages shook their heads. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was here. He was a demon. They had to stop him. Lin Xian. The people of Ethereal Peak frowned. A young man could make the great sages so terrified. Why were only the 4 of them back? Where were the others? What kind of experts did Lin Xian invite to help? The 4 experts wanted to say something, but in the next moment, a figure flew over from afar. Lin Xian stood in the sky. Looking at the ethereal peak in front, he said coldly, "Do you think you can survive by escaping here?" With that said, the heaven-swallowing jar surged with energy again. Lin Xian took out a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out. "Retreat!" The 4 injured great sages roared in fear. The others of Ethereal Peak were stunned. What was a young man afraid of? This was their territory. "Don't be afraid. Let me do it." A few elders stood out. One of them held a long spear and shattered the world. The other person took out a shield to block the attack. The other 2 shrouded their holy regions and activated the array. It was too easy to kill a young man with such a lineup, but these people were destined to be in despair. Under the sword, the array was shattered, the mountain collapsed, and the great sages who attacked disappeared. Of the 4 who were severely injured, 2 were swept into the sword light and turned into blood mist. Endless mountains collapsed. An entire ethereal peak was shocked. This sword strike almost split Misty Peak in half. Lin Xian was shocked. Ethereal Peak was indeed above the grotto heaven. Their foundation was indeed extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. His body swayed, and he entered Ethereal Peak. At this moment, the Peak Master of Ethereal Peak came out as well. He was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe, and his face was grim. He walked over with countless experts and confronted Lin Xian. "Young man, this is not a place where you can be so presumptuous." Lin Xian's answer was very simple. It was another sword strike. Piles of Misty Peak warriors had perished, and even the sages had perished. The Misty Peak was torn apart. Previously, Lin Xian had devoured 5 heavenly caves with the heaven-devouring jar, allowing him to execute 5 slashes. At this moment, he had already slashed 3 times, and only 2 more were left. The people of Misty Peak were shocked. What kind of attack was this? The Misty Peak's Peak Lord was even more furious. "Young man, don't go overboard. Although you are powerful, how many times can you use such an attack?" Even some of the Supreme Elders had awakened. Their killing intent soared, and there was even an extremely terrifying killing intent gathering in the dark. Obviously, the power of the mortal world had also been used. An inescapable net. This lineup was 10 times stronger than the previous heavenly caves. Lin Xian stood in the void without flinching. He took out a token from his storage ring and said, "You should recognize this token." The people of Misty Peak looked over, puzzled. How could a token scare them? However, the Misty Peak's Peak Lord exclaimed, "Saint Origin token. You have a Saint Origin token. You are from the sacred Abyss Tower." As the Peak Lord, he had traveled around when he was young, so he had naturally been to the sacred Abyss ancient city. He even knew about the legend of the sacred Abyss Tower. At that time, he stood outside and admired it for a long time. After he returned, he was very powerful, but he never went to the sacred Abyss ancient city again. However, he was very clear about the power and terror of the sacred Abyss Tower. Now that the other party had a Saint Origin token, it meant that he was from the sacred Abyss Tower. It's good that you recognize it. Do you think that Misty Peak is qualified to fight against me? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Are you trying to scare us? The people around him shouted angrily. Shut up! The Misty Peak's Peak Lord roared. What do you know? The surrounding people were all terrified. Could it be that this command medallion really possessed some sort of magical power that could make their peak leader so terrified? Young man, I will let bygones be bygones. The 6 grotto heavens were destroyed, and I acknowledge your position in Wushuang City. How about we write off the grudges between us? The people around him were dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable. Their peak lord actually backed down. It's not enough. Lin Xian shook his head. The Misty Peak's peak lord's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what do you want?" "Hand over the assassins of the human world. As for the rest of Misty Peak, they will go down the mountain and become independent cultivators. They will never be enemies with Wushuang City." Impossible. The elders around him roared crazily. They would never agree to either of the two conditions. The human world and Misty Peak were too closely related. There was no way to separate them. As for sealing the mountain gate, what a joke. Wouldn't Wushuang City become a supremacy in this place? How could they give up? The assassins of the human world took the initiative to attack. The terrifying killing swords covered the sky. There were dozens of them. They were all great sages. Ordinary assassins below the great sage level wouldn't be able to break through Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He merged the power of the last two grotto heavens and slashed out a super strong sword. A sword that shocked the gods. Under the sword, the void was shattered. Dozens of great sages were turned into blood mist. Lin Xian stood in the sea of blood and asked coldly, "Do you want to continue?" Although the power given to him by the grotto heavens was gone, he was still fearless. His eyes shone with confidence. The elders broke down. The people of the star race were also in despair. The other party must be using an extreme weapon. Otherwise, why would it be so terrifying? "Stop. I'm willing to accept your previous conditions." The Misty Peak's peak lord sighed. It was as if he had aged a few thousand years. Lin Xian sneered. "It's too late to agree now. I'll add one more condition. Hand over the resources of Misty Peak." The Misty Peak's peak lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still acquiesced. He had no choice, although he doubted whether the other party could still unleash a super strong sword. If they continued fighting, there would be no benefits for Misty Peak. The other party had taken out the St. Yuan token. If anything happened to the other party here, the Divine General of the Sacred Abyss Tower would definitely come to investigate. By then, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the Divine General. All the great sages of the mortal world had fallen under that sword. The remaining assassins of the mortal world were in despair. The Misty Peak's peak lord and the others had taken action personally. The people of the star race were in despair. "Are you guys really going to take action?" The members of the mortal world were basically from the star race. At this moment, the star race was wiped out. "Young master, are you satisfied?" Lin Xian looked around. When he could no longer feel the killing intent, he nodded. Then he walked over. "Misty Peak seems to have the power of reincarnation." He was also emitting an extremely strong power of reincarnation. The Misty Peak's peak lord was stunned. "Young master, please follow me." Chapter 4972. He had completely submitted to Lin Fan now. The person in front of him had completely surpassed him in terms of status and strength. As for the other party coming to them, they had only themselves to blame. After all, they had hunted down the other party back then. Now it was an eye for an eye. The fact that Ethereal Peak could survive was already a blessing in disguise. He naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. As for the reincarnation power that the other party mentioned, he couldn't hide it. Lin Xian followed the other party all the way into Ethereal Peak, passing through countless arrays. He wasn't afraid that the other party would play any tricks. He had enough trump cards to deal with everything. The Ethereal Peak Master didn't seem to want to play any tricks. He came to the depths of the mountains and opened an ancient mansion. There was a sacred platform inside, emitting the radiance of the great Tao, and there was a bone on it. The bone exuded the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian was surprised. This was? The Ethereal Peak Master said, that this was the source of the reincarnation power of Ethereal Peak. Looking at the reincarnation bone in front of him, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There was also a terrifying power of reincarnation in his eyes. The two types of reincarnation power intertwined between heaven and earth. The Ethereal Peak Master was shocked. To be honest, although they could use the power of reincarnation, they couldn't get close to the reincarnation bone at all. Not to mention that Lin Xian could unleash such a terrifying power of reincarnation. The Ethereal Peak Master was too shocked. At this moment, the reincarnation bone in front of him suddenly flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. The power of reincarnation intertwined in his eyes, forming a gate of reincarnation and sucking the bone in. This wasn't his intention. The bone flew over of its own accord. Lin Xian naturally didn't hold back. If he absorbed the power of reincarnation on it, it might be able to evolve his heavenly secret divine eye. He now knew that after the heavenly secret divine eye evolved, it would become the legendary reincarnation eye. At a glance, it was the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Ethereal Peak Master was stunned. Why did he take away the supreme treasure of Ethereal Peak? What was she about to say? Lin Xian turned his head and looked over. The Misty Peak Lord felt his scalp turning numb. He could feel the gaze of Qin Wen Tian growing deeper and deeper. He laughed. Treasures could only be obtained by experts. Moreover, young master, you also possess the power of reincarnation. This originally belonged to you. His heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile. Lin Xian lightly snorted and said indifferently, "Previously, in the true spirit world, the channel to the buried Emperor Star should be under your control. Open it. I want to return to quintessential world." The Misty Peak Lord was shocked. Young Master wanted to return. Naturally, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. "I'll go and prepare now." Actually, what he needed to do was very simple. He just needed to bring Lin Xian and the others to a specific location and then activate the power of reincarnation. Previously, they had borrowed the power of the reincarnation bone to control this passageway. But now, the reincarnation bone was gone. Without a source of reincarnation energy in their hands, they might not be able to control this passage in the future. Lin Xian and the rest returned from the Misty Peak. At this moment, the Misty Peak's momentum was greatly reduced. Furthermore, they were no longer the overlords and had fallen from their divine altar. From now on, this region belonged to Peerless City. When the clans and sects in this region found out, they were in an uproar. They originally thought that the Misty Peak would completely crush Peerless City, but the situation was completely out of their expectations. Peerless City was actually so powerful that they had become the only overlord in this region. Even the Misty Peak had to bow down to them. Moreover, it was said that there were countless sages' blood flying from the Misty Peak. It was like hell. Hong Yi, Gao Jianfei, the two of you stay here and take care of things here. Yes, young martial uncle. The two of them nodded and walked out. Lin Xian took out a token. This was the Divine Union token. Anyone who dared to disobey would be killed without mercy. A cold voice rang out. The people of the Misty Peak also lowered their heads, not daring to disobey. After resting for another 2 days, Lin Xian and the rest moved out. The Misty Peak's Peak Master personally led the way. He brought them to a primitive forest and pointed at a huge mountain in front of them. "This is the place. Use the power of reincarnation to open the door of reincarnation." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. There was an extremely terrifying power of reincarnation intertwining in his eyes. The void in front of them shook and was torn apart. Then, a door of reincarnation appeared, emitting a mysterious aura. At the same time, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power connecting heaven and earth, which surprised Lin Xian. This was too unbelievable. He had a shocking thought, but now was not the time to think about it. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, he led the Crimson Dragon and the rest into the door of reincarnation. After another round of space shuttling, they were already in the quintessential world when they reappeared. The people of the Divine Union were extremely curious, especially by Susu and the rest who kept looking around. Lin Xian, is this the quintessential world? This is the origin star. It is indeed extraordinary. I can feel the aura here. It is very mysterious. Lin Xian nodded. Then he was surprised. He could feel that the power of this world had increased a lot since he had left. In other words, this world was recovering at an extremely fast speed. In that case, the cultivation of the people in this world should have undergone earth-shaking changes. He did not know. What was the connection between these two worlds? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone boarded the spirit boat. They flew quickly. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the rest heard some things about the divine spirit world. It turned out that the remote antiquity families also existed in this world. Furthermore, Wan Longchao had come from here. They were extremely surprised. They even found that those sacred grounds and peerless great sects also existed here. The two worlds were exactly the same. Bai Susu exclaimed. The others also exclaimed. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have grasped a key point, but he still felt that it was a little vague. Were the family inheritances the same in the two worlds? One was life and the other was death. Could it be the same as Tai Chi? He cultivated the Tai Chi art and naturally knew that yin and yang were fused together and could not be separated independently. The buried Emperor Star and the Origin Star were equivalent to yin and yang. Interesting. It was getting more and more mysterious. He probably could not figure it out with his current strength. If he wanted to know, he would probably have to become an emperor. The group first went to the outstanding warrior residence and saw Qing Wu, North Demon's sister. At this moment, Qing Wu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, when she saw Lin Xian and the rest, she was shocked. Lin Xian said, "I'm here to pick you up on behalf of your brother. Come with me." Qing Wu was so excited that she was about to cry. She had been separated from North Demon for many years. She nodded and left with Lin Xian. Let's go to the Divine Palace. The group, once again, headed to the Divine Palace. At the Divine Palace, Peacock, Xingtian, and the rest were extremely excited when they saw Lin Xian return. They greeted the Divine Palace Master. Lin Xian laughed. Let's celebrate later. I want to see Old Xia first. He headed to the core region of the Divine Palace and went to the ancient cave. Lin Xian opened it. There was an old man sealed in the divine crystal. His aura was extremely weak. Lin Xian took a deep breath after seeing it. He said, "Senior, I'm here.